This transition was faster than I expected, don't worry about it. Anyway, hello there! We are now beginning our tournament, which is Master Swan Open number 90. I am Kuro, and I'm not the usual caster on CranKy Ducklings, but here I am. As I try to figure out if everything is working. We are on the right scene, so we're already making progress from the right broadcast. And in the top right corner of Dynasty, we have the first of our players, which is representing GDA team, Soothsayer. And on the other side of the map, we have our blue Protoss player this time. It is representing Team Void and Poland, Kacperos. For those who were not here before, Kacperos has already won 2 Master Swan Opens, I believe. And one of them as Protoss, one of them as Zerg. So he can play both quite efficiently. But we'll see what he does today. Clearly he chose Protoss to be his race for today, although he can switch it up because we do allow switching races like per series. So chat, let me know if I sound alright, because again, I am streaming from light setup, so I don't know how I sound. I hope I sound good. But we are live, and the stream is on, and what do we have? We have the hatchery, we have the spawning pool, we have gas being mined, so I guess we will be going for that speed as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Kacperos just chilling with the probe, making sure that nothing weird is going on, getting his own expansion before the Cybercore, I believe. Now again, for those who don't know, this is Master Swan Open, which is our amateur tournament for players up to 4.7k MMR. And we organize it monthly, which means the next edition will be in May if you are looking forward to sign up to one of these. And we have the first tech choice. We have Stargate coming from Kacperos. I want to say last time Kacperos played Protoss, he played a lot of Oracles quite decently. That's what I remember. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure he went Oracles. The probe goes down, but it gives enough scouting for Kacperos, so he got the information that he wanted to have at the beginning. The gas mining has completely stopped. And we are taking the gold straight up. That is a little thing about Dynasty, that you have that pocket gold base. It's not the safest base because, you know, if anything is on the other side of the minerals, it can get pretty bad pretty quickly, but for the time being it looks like neither of the players is doing too much harassment. The first adepts are moving across the map. In fact, it's only a single one, I believe. The queens are ready, preparing the cryptomores, so they should be able to fend this off quite easy. The oracle is about to be done, but it's not out yet. Thank you, chat. The first oracle is going across the map, and it should be scouting the gold base. Yeah, it's going right there to make sure that the gold base is there, and it is in fact going down, and the queens are in place as well to fend it off, so there will be no damage done to Soothsayer, but Kacperos gets a very critical information there. We have a Zerg on 3 bases, one of them a gold, so the economy will definitely spike up, and it will spike up quickly. Meanwhile, Kacperos is taking his own gold as well, so he will also be on 3 bases, which is quite interesting. Not a lot of gas mining yet, but still. The Oracle is actually switching places, so the one that was in earlier is gonna take a bit of a rest, and the second one will try to get in, but in the end Kacperos decides to join them together. And we are having a Roach Warren from Soothsayer, so roaches are on the way, but so is the Robo from Catsperos and Blink as well, so we'll see how that goes, because I assume that Immortals will be coming from the Robo quite soon, so they should be able to help with any potential roach attacks. So. Oh, it's Sue. Oh. It's Sue, the Sayer. Okay, I see. I mean, he is Zerg, so that checks out. We have 3 Oracles total still flying around. Not getting any damage, but getting a lot of information, which is definitely very nice. Catsperos can be sure what is coming. There is no great attack yet, and we do see Hydra then on the way, so... Are we going Roach Hydra, or is that just a transition to Lurkers? Meanwhile, on the side of Catsperos, we do have these Immortals coming up. We have a Robotics Bay on the way as well, so... I guess these Raptors would be a good choice. I don't know how Colossus do versus Roaches. I don't think they all look great against that, but at the same time we don't see a lot of Roaches coming out, so maybe that will be the right choice. And it is in fact Colossi coming from Catsperos together with Twilight Templar Archives. Which I guess it will be good for Catsperos because we have those Hydras on the way. We are not making any more Roaches, so the Roaches were just, you know, to make sure we're not getting attacked early, but it looks like the main army will be Hydras and Lurkers, so... That is coming out for Soothsayer, but that's also nice for Catsperos because again, that Colossi should be able to deal with the Hydras, depending on the position, of course. Like, you know, with the right numbers you can take the Colossi, but Hydras also burn very easily. Ooh, these 2 High Templars actually were forced to merge into the Archon because of the Link run by. Very nicely done there for the Soothsayer, very good chance that he got there. Again, I'm not on my own setup, so I literally don't know what button does which. Oh, we have Storm currently on the way for Catsperos. So that will also definitely be nice with the Hydras. What about the Lurkers though? Yeah, do we have any observers on the map? We do not have a single observer. We do have robots and a second one on the way as well, but we don't have any observers and they're not in production either, so I guess we will be relying on oracles to make sure that those lurkers are tagged, but oh, can we do it? They're flying straight into the Hydras. One of them gets focused, the other one as well, and the third one is quite low on health, so that single oracle that's already taken a lot of damage is the only form of detection that Catsperos currently has, so he has to be very careful about his lurkers. Of course he does have Storm, so he can just use AoE, but it's still a bit tricky. The blink is researched, if that's what we mean. Ooh, and then we see the armies engaged and Catsperos is running straight into the army, taking a few losses, not too many, but yeah, just army positioning against each other. Soothsayer was trying to break apart this wall, but had to decide against it. At the same time, the Zealot roundby is sneaking past the army, but it was turned around just in time, and it doesn't look like it will do any damage to the side of Soothsayer. But the main army rolls in. The lurkers are in place and there is no detection here to deal with them. There are some High Templars and they are charging the energy, but oh, there you go, nice storm on the Hydras, but only on the Hydras. The lurkers are still standing, the roaches are attacking from every direction. Just small flanks of units. Ooh, another nice storm on the Hydras, but there's so many of them and the Protoss army doesn't actually look that strong. We have more High Templars joining in, but they don't have a lot of energy anymore. I think there are a few storms still there, so we definitely have something, but a lot of them are out of energy. We're also working on the Vipers. Ooh, the Lurkers actually going for a run by at the gold base. That's really nice. The Oracle is here to reveal them, but there are only a few Stalkers around, so they will deal with them actually eventually, but not without some losses. At the same time, the main army is engaging. There are only 2 Lurkers there, and a lot of storms are landing straight on the army. So I guess that split didn't pay off for Soothsayer in the end, and now we have observers on the way. We're researching observer speed, I believe, as well. So these observers will definitely be much more useful with the army. Engagement as the Protoss army finds a nice place here. Ooh, all the Zerg units are on the ramp and the Colossus gets pulled, but is it enough? Yes, there is enough firepower to destroy them, and with the blinding clouds, actually the Zerg is able to take over despite the position on the ramp. A lot of the High Templars are lost or being forced into Archons, but even those Archons cannot finish. There is no recall, the army is just slowly retreating and a lot of it will be lost. Most of it, probably. And especially the expensive units. Only the Stalkers are really left. The good news for the Catsperos is that he's not been too harassed. Like, sure, his gold base did suffer some losses, but not that many, so he definitely still has economy to rebuild all of this army. It's just that it will take time. And I don't know if he has the time. We will find out. Nice Zealot run by though, definitely useful. There Catsperos loses the recall. I mean, he got the base, so that's a nice little victory for him. But now the Zerg army is coming, and does he have enough to defend? He has 1 Colossi, 1 Disruptor, a bunch of Zealots, a few High Templars, a few other units as well, but mostly like 1 of each. There's no like big bulk army. Although the Zealot number is quite high. Meanwhile, on the side of the Zerg, we have a lot of squishy units, a lot of Hydras, a lot of Zerglings, a few Lurkers, just a few of them. And we'll see how that goes. The Zealots are charging in, the Lurkers are not burrowed yet. The Disruptor shot was a little bit early, I think. Now the Lurkers are burrowed and we have to move out of here. The Vipers pulling the important units, all the robo units are going down. The last Colossus is being saved by the shield battery, but still those were quite big losses for Catsperos. But he holds his position and at the same time he sends another Zealot round by just 3 Zealots, but because the entire army is across the map, Soothsayer is not able to react in time and it looks like he will be losing another hatchery. Storms on the Zerg army. At the same time, more Zealots are being sent in straight into the main base. And what are we targeting? Are we just going for the economy? Yeah, we are going for the economy of the Soothsayer. As he is sieging, I guess, the middle of the map, the Zealots are completely free to run. There are a few Hydras now which will help in the defense, but it was so close to destroying his own Zealots, but he does manage to do it. At the same time, more Zealots are running in. Catsperos is doing really well on these Zealot run-bys, making sure that the Zerg army is constantly distracted. As he is finally ready to attack. Yeah, the Zerg army is distracted by the Zealots on the bottom of the map, but now it will be coming back to this spot. Can he snipe the Lurkers? Not quite, and a few more units are getting pulled, but also the Vipers are getting damaged, 2 of them going down. The Storms are carpeting the army as well. Another Colossus going down to only one left in his army. We have a lot of disruptors though, and the Zerg army is quite split around. Once again, this harassment of the Zealot is distracting Soothsayer. It looks like there are Zealots in almost every base, now together with the DTs, and the bases are getting damaged, but at the same time this Protoss army is not really that gigantic, so yeah, with the Lurkers positioned in all the places on the map, Kasperos has to be careful how he maneuvers. And again, the Zerg army gets remade much faster than the Protoss, and Protoss army is a lot of it is in the High Templars, and the Storms are really nice, don't get me wrong, but once you're out of Storms, those High Templars won't be all that much useful. We are joining now with more Colossi. A few more Warpins. And the Zerg army is mostly Roaches now, so definitely the Storms are not as effective against them. The Zealot will definitely help though. Vipers once again falling to the Colossus. The Colossus does go down as well as the second one. The Disruptor shot will damage the Lurker but not even take it down. Yeah, nice movement there from Soothsayer. He saves all of the Lurkers there. And every time they engage, he takes down all of those Robo units, which take the most time to remake. At the same time though, Kasperos taking another base, basically taking the entire half of the map. And he non-stop keeps like going with the harassment with the run-bys, while at the same time making sure that he's pressing on the main army of the Soothsayer. The Lurkers are not burrowed, they actually get a bit stuck on the ramp, and one or two of them will be going down, but not a few of them are still alive, and the Protoss army is pressuring on. Oh, that's a nice block from the Soothsayer. Oh, because that's exactly what happens once you mine out those minerals, that the base is open. Ooh, nice storms there on the entire army, but is that enough? I mean, good feedbacks. The Vipers are all out of energy, so no more pools coming there. And little by little, it looks like Kasperos is gaining ground. He's getting down those bases. He's making sure the run-bys are getting damaged, and now with all those feedbacks on the Vipers, it takes more time for them to refill. Another update on the Colossi, but will be going down just barely. Even despite the storm, it was not safe. More feedbacks are going down as well. The Disruptor shot unfortunately didn't detonate. But again, Kasperos went in, he took down the base, he took down a bit of the army as well. He actually got 2 hatcheries in the past few minutes, so nice damage done to the Zerg. The thing is that all of those fights come quite costly with the Robo units, and he is remaking a lot of them. He has 2 Robos, so he is able to remake them, but it takes time for them to even join the front. Nice Disruptor shot on the Hydras, and then a Storm on top of that as well. Actually, this army is mostly Hydras now. The Roaches are gone and the Hydras are very squishy. If you walk them into Storm, they fall quite quickly. The Colossus are pulled down, but there's no army to deal with them. And GG is called. Kasperos will be taking game number 1. So yeah, so nicely played there by Kasperos. I feel like really the highlight of the game was all the run-bys that he did. They effectively pulled the attention of his opponent, and he was able to get small advantages here and there. Not without a cost. Again, he was losing a lot of Colossi throughout the game, but in the end it did work well for him. I should probably fix this. There we go. Again, as a reminder, last tournament, Kasperos actually played Zerg. So don't forget to hydra your hydras. Okay, looks like our players decided to play the second game on the EU server. So let's quickly move to EU. Everybody in the chat, give your energy to the servers to make sure that we can connect to EU. Because we are currently in Australia. So that's quite far away. We're just setting up the lobby, making sure that everybody is in the correct slots, playing the correct pace. And soon enough we will be ready for another ZVP or PVZ. As you are hearing the beeps, we are now loading into our next map. The second map of this best of 3 series is Golden Aura. And as we're loading in, we have the first of our players in the bottom right corner. As I quickly change the scores. There you go, it is our red Zerg player representing GDA team. It is the Soothsayer. And on the other... I have my different hotkeys. And on the other side of the map we have the blue Protoss player representing Poland and Team Void. It is Kasperos. Now we have the confirmation again that Kasperos is on Team Void because he does have the contact on the EU server. And again, no cheeses from either side. We're having just regular openings, hatch first even, on the side of the Zerg. We'll just see where they go. I wonder if they will change their playstyle or if we will see more of the same thing, because that was a big thing of the previous series I casted of Kasperos. I believe it was in SDO actually, where Kasperos did play Zerg and he played versus a Terran, and both players did exactly the same build every game, like with minor tweaks. Like there were some changes in like timings on the buildings and stuff, but the general idea was basically the same from both players, and you know, basically each time they were checking who can do it better. So I wonder if it's the same in a different matchup, or if maybe either of the players wants to switch things up a little bit. But for the time being, it looks more or less the same. Just macro openings. I assume Kasperos will go into his Stargate and the Oracles. we'll see where we go from there. As always, the probe is going around the base, checking out, making sure everything is in order. And again, as I said, we do have that Stargate from Kasperos, so I assume the oracles will be on the way. The probe is not able to escape as the Zerglings do hunt it down, but other than that, there is no aggression coming from Soothsayer, just taking his third base, you know, building up his economy. And we do have the Oracle on the way, queued straight for the bases of Soothsayer. Soothsayer does make queens, like he does not skip on them, so he should be able to defend in time. I don't think he is forced quite yet. I mean, he still has some time to make some, but it would be nice to have them soon. Also interesting. He was using the skin with the thing on the back, you know? The thing with the thing. You know. We have a quick third base from the Protoss. Not afraid of any harassment. The first adept is coming in, just checking what's happening in the base. No aggressive movements right now, but the oracles are soon to be coming in. The first one is ready, the second one is in production. We do have Zerglings from Soothsayer, so Kasperos has to be careful about that first base. There is currently nothing to defend it, but he did notice the Zerglings with the oracle. Run in, there's only one adept and it will try its best to defend, but it's actually quite surrounded. The oracles will try to help, but the adept will be going down. The base stays intact though. Kasperos was able to successfully defend there, while Council is coming down. Meanwhile, on the side of the Zerg we are getting gas, we are getting more extractors as well, so it's highly likely that once again we will be going for those roaches and hydras and lurkers eventually. Blink is currently being researched from Kasperos. Double Oracle squad coming in, but there are a lot of screens here to defend, so he does not even risk a dive, just, you know, marks the territory. That sounds so weird. He marks the army. He gets a good eye on what's going on, and, you know, gonna just chill and wait for the next phase of the game. And again, if this game is gonna go similarly to the previous one, he will definitely need those oracles when the lurkers come. Oh, we are actually getting a few drones here and there, because even though we have a lot of queens, we do not have the spores. There is one here, but only one on the very edge. It is able to damage the oracles quite a bit, but they both survive and get a few drones as well. Again, we do have that Hydra coming down, so I assume we're going for the same build. We're going for the Hydras, we're going for the lurkers. We already have the Roach Warren, I believe, so maybe there will be some roaches for you know, for defensive purposes, but not a lot of them, at least not at this point. Scout for Soothsayer is denied as the Overseer is being dealt with. Another Overlord is chilling in at the other side of the base, and it looks like it may be dealt with soon as well. Something different that happens this time though, after the first game where we saw the lurkers, Kasperos actually does make an observer earlier. Before he waited all the way until the lurkers come out, this time he gets an observer, so he will be able to deal with the lurkers better, and they are on the way indeed. The Hydras are being confirmed by the single adept, if Kasperos saw it, of course. Oh, hello, Apop. Thanks to Apoptosis for raiding us with a viewer count of 28. Thank you very much. This is not your standard CranKy Ducklings cast because it's actually not light casting today. We have the armies engaging, and the Zerg army is nothing to mess with as Kasperos only has stalkers. I mean, with great Blink Micro you can definitely fight it easy, but you know, you have to be a bit careful, and these oracles will definitely be useful for later. Yes, Shema in the chat. Ah, Polish people are here. I mean, they were already here because Kasperos is playing. And we had a few Polish people in the chat as well. First Colossus coming in. Soothsayer at the same time is progressing to Hive, so I assume the Vipers will be coming out. It looks like in regards to compositions, as I said, we will be getting a bit of a repeat of game 1, but we'll see how it works this time, because again... Nobody saw that. It's okay. Nobody say anything. Nothing happened. Yeah, this time again we have some small changes like the early observers, but compositions are quite similar. Although Soothsayer has this 5th base quite much sooner than Kasperos, because Kasperos likes to expand. Ooh! All the oracles flying straight through the hiders. There's not a single oracle that has survived. Wait, the observer died as well. It's not in the unit sub. We have no detection. The oracles are down, the observers are down. We have no detection. In fact, do we even have Storm? We do have Storm, so there will be at least some AoE to deal with the lurkers, but there's absolutely no detection, so we cannot see them. But this is a very dangerous position for Kasperos. His army is right here, the Viper is waiting to snatch some of these Colossus, and he may get one, but ooh, those High Templar are in the open as well, and a few of them falling down. Only one of them actually survives. Nice storms are being thrown, but doesn't matter because most of those High Templars are down, if not all of them by now. Status does definitely help, but the army of Kasperos is not that big, and those are some big losses. Kasperos does what he did very well in the game 1 though. He does send those Zealot run-bys, and they will cause quite a havoc in the bases of Soothsayer and take a bit of pressure off the Protoss player. Witam Polish people. Yes. Yes, chat. Ooh, that's a very ambitious Nidus Worm. You know, not even on the edge, just straight in the middle of the base. And the funny part is, Kasperos doesn't seem to be seeing it. He's focused on the main army, he's focused on the front. And I mean, it makes sense. He's getting some nice feedbacks, he's dealing with some of these lurkers as well. The observers are back again. Nice storms as well, blanketing the entire army. But at the same time, yeah, I was gonna say, the thing is, like, on one hand you should deal with the Nidus because it will damage your base, but on the other hand, if he's engaging the entire army, then what is in the Nidus, right? So it looks like this time Kasperos chose correctly, and he chose to focus on the main army, so it was busy while he was able to warp in another round of Zealots and deal with that Nidus Worm. So no massive damage done on either side. But the Roach Hydra army is now coming across the map. Ooh, a nice recall there. So no damage done, but at the same time that does buy a bit of time to the Zerg. Because Kasperos was about to engage right in the army. Look at how many High Templars he has. Like half of this army is High Templars almost. It is a third, right? Yeah, it's like a third of the army is High Templars. Interesting. Soothsayer decides to transition with a Spire. Okay. I mean, that will be definitely something that's not quite expected. We had some Stalkers, but ooh, the Vipers! No, they go straight across the army, just like the Oracles went across the Hydras. The base is under attack, but it looks like it will be safe. It's not focused, the Nexus does not fall, and that's a nice little win for, like, a little victory for Kasperos. He was able to deal with the Vipers, he was able to save the base, it's being recharged with the battery. To say morphing more lurkers, but yeah, that was a big loss. Losing all of those Vipers right there, like they are key units to this army, and the envoys of Zelos, they don't stop coming. Not finding quite the damage here, but at the same time the army is distracted. The main army of the Protoss is here. The Vipers are still trying to siphon more energy, but they're not ready in time, and they're being feedback already as they're trying to get their energy. More storms are falling on the army, more feedbacks. Those are really good abilities right there. The High Templars might be badly damaged, but they definitely get their value. The Zealot once again running in. There might be lurkers there to deal with them, but even with that, they still get some damage done. So yes, playing Stalker Micro is pretty good. When I was playing Protoss, and that was ages ago, I only made Stalkers pretty much. More Vipers going down. One good abduction, but yeah, eventually that Colossus falls down, but only one of them, and all of these Vipers are out of energy. Some really good feedback. The Lurkers though, they're definitely still scary, so Kasperos has to be careful how he engages this. Yeah, on either side of the map, the Lurkers are keeping the army at bay, but we have a warp in straight into the main base, and those are DTs. The only spore in the base has died. The Corruptors will deal with the Warpries, but what about the DTs? The DTs are taking down the Hive, and it looks like they will be able to get it. So no more Vipers coming. The base on the west has gone down as well. The Zealots are still running at different sides of the map, but those are some major losses for Soothsayer. He's making another Hive, but it will be a while before it's ready, and he does need the Vipers to engage his army. He has a few of them, but most of them don't have a lot of energy, and they're quite damaged as well. Obviously they will regenerate, so looking at how Kasperos gives him some time to recuperate right now, they may be ready to fight soon, but still, that is quite a risky situation for the Zerg. Single DT is still hunting down Dooms. They eventually deal with him, as there is an Overseer now to help the army, but still did a lot of damage. The main army tries to engage into the space, but it's well secured with the Lurkers, with the static defense as well. Observers? True, we do not have a single observer. That might have went straight into the storm. We are making more, but we currently do not have any. Good eye, chat. Well spotted. Ooh, but look at those storms. Blood is getting the entire Hydra army. Again, Hydras are great units, but they are very squishy and they fall so quickly if they're stormed directly. Sparrow's even taking the gold base. He already took the top base as well, so slowly creeping closer and closer to the Zerg. Another High Templar is in the base, and even though the Overseer can spot it, I mean, drones can't really deal with it on their own. The Lurkers do a good job as a defender though, so That definitely does help. Was this an attempt of like walling off the DT? I guess it must have been, right? The observer gets sniped by the Hyras this time. Once again, there's no detection, but I don't know if the detection is needed because with all these storms, most of the army is going down. So, I don't know how long Soothsayer can make this, and that's what he did as well. GG is called. Catsperos will be taking the series 2-0. And back to America as we go. Really nice series, nicely played by Catsperos. So it was. I feel I think like the highlights for Kasperos is just the control that he has, like the constant runbys with the Zealots. Obviously, like you don't have to micro the Zealots, like you just send them in, hope for the best a lot of times, but still, like the fact that he was constantly pulling the attention of his opponent in both games. And then all those feedbacks were so beautiful on the Vipers because he identified that in the first game the Vipers really were a nuisance. They were pulling so many of his robo units, so in the second game he just got rid of the Vipers. Now we have time to look at our bracket. And it's not perfect, but it will do. Anyway, with that 2-0 win, Catsperos is moving to the semi-finals of today's tournament and he's looking for Altair. So that will be soon underway. Meanwhile, we also have the opponent of Catsperos. He took Hollow Ghost 2-1 in his previous series. Meanwhile, in the top side of the bracket, Cure Waffles took Davelitos 2-0 and is now playing versus Kosit or Koshit. At the same time, we have Abatur taking down Viper 2-0 and he is also now waiting in the other semi-finals. This is the time to remind you to hydrate your Hyras, stretch your roaches, and make sure that you are well prepared for our next series that's to come. Altair on our bracket is also known as Daryl in the game. Not sure which is his preferred username. But he will be playing in our semi-finals. As a reminder, in our monthly tournament in MSO, the finalists get money prize. So the winner of this series will be in for the monetary prize pool. It is $10 to the winner, $5 to the runner-up. So just a little bit of prize. So this is an amateur tournament. Like this is more like a symbolic prize pool, really. But still, it's a little bit of money that you can get now and then, even though you may not be a pro player. So it's definitely worth to try. And on top of that as well, we have the $5 random raffle. What that means? That means that each of these players that participated, and I think we have no no-shows today. So basically every player that has played at least one full series is eligible for the random raffle, and they may be leaving this tournament with $5 more. It can be a person who is in the finals, it may be a person who lost in the first round. Like all players who have participated are eligible. And it's completely random who gets it. Also, it's not. Oh, I have a moment. Let me get a quick shout out to my pictures. Hey, Pop. Oh. Oh, this. Okay. Did it work? Maybe not. Ah, apparently I'm getting some fun facts from Light that Katsperos and I have played each other recently in another amateur tournament, so this is a bit of a rematch. Not sure how that series went, but they have encountered each other before. It looks like we may be getting into a PvP. Okay, it was a best of one and Dar won 1-0. Okay. Alright, it is time. It is time for the PvP. For those who don't know, who don't normally watch our tournaments, we have our own open tournament for all players of all levels, including the pro level, called the Sparking Tuna Cup. And lately, we have a lot of Protoss players there. Mostly because we have a lot of EU players there, and there's a lot of Protoss in the EU. But it has become Sparking Protoss Cup. And I hope MSO does not become another. Because we do have a PvP in our semi-finals. As we have now loaded into Ghost River, one of our newer maps in the map pool, and we are looking at the base of our pink Protoss player. Representing LCE, it is Dar. And on the other side of the map we have the player from Team Void representing Poland. It is Katsperos. It's nice being able to say I'm so good at StarCraft 2 that I won money in it. True, you can say that. If you win an MSO, you can definitely say that. I mean, it's correct. What can I say? Because, I mean, you still have to, like, beat your competition, right? So you don't get it for free. Oh, Katsperos, do it. Oh, can he do? No, the probe is not able to ninja away and, you know, put a sneaky pylon or something. Looks like we will be playing a more proper game after all. Or are we? Yeah, it's 2 gates, there's just 2 gates, cybercore, all the standard stuff, getting the gases saturated. Player chat, it's time to play the game. On 3 to 1, everybody says what are the 2 units from each player. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we have one answer, which is Stalker Sentry. And the other one is 2 Stalkers, so if you type that in the chat, you are the winner. What's the price? Absolutely nothing. But you have dragging, right? A block in the wall. Just a little bit of annoyance from Katsperos delaying the units from moving out if they want to. On the other side of the map the probe is being dealt with and it looks like we will be expanding. Dara just a little bit faster with the Nexus. Katsperos still waiting for the resources. And Kasperos also going for the faster Twilight Lancing, meanwhile Dari opting for the Robo. The Stargates of Kasperos are now here to harass the base. Obviously they probably won't take it down, but still, you know, just being a bit of an annoyance, keeping Dari on his side of the map. Making sure that nothing is going unusual. Blink is on the way for Kasperos. He's bringing more Stalkers here as well. The sentry is being focused. As a reminder, after the patch, sentry does do a lot of damage. I mean, a lot. It does more damage to other Protoss units. So it's definitely a worthy addition to the Protoss army. But this was just some pressure from Kasperos, you know, just keeping their honest, as they say. But Dara is working on an immortal, so soon those Stargates won't have much say here. At the same time, the Adepts are going across the map. They are going on a bit of a scenic route though. Definitely able to appreciate all the features of the map. Didn't type? Oh no! Chat? Oh, nice distraction there with the Phoenix, and the Adepts get straight into the base. Panic in the base of Kasperos. Probes are running away. But in the end, only 2 of them are going down. 3 in total. Despite a bit of a panic, you know, escape. It actually didn't turn out too bad. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah. No Adepts this time. It looks like Stalkers are on the menu today. A lot of Stalkers. An Immortal, even though it is alone, it is still quite a threat, but with the blink done, Kasperos can be adventurous. He decides to play it safe though and blinks away. Soon enough though, as he is queuing more and more Stalkers, he will be able to take down the Immortal with a nice focus fire, so Dara definitely has to be careful here. And Dara is aware of all of this. He has an observer on the other side of the map. No, we don't snipe the Immortal. We do deal some damage to it, but only to the shield, and now we have 2 Immortals on the map. I don't think these Stalkers can break this right now. Oh, even a hallucinated Immortal to join the party. Well, both our players are deciding to take a third base, you know, work on their upgrades, work on their tech instead. We're going Glaives. So Dara, with his Immortals, now decides to go for Glaives. It's an interesting choice. Sparrow's still sharking around for some damage, getting a Stalker here and there. The Observer is still floating above the map. Seeing all the probes transferring, so Dara is aware that there is a third base. Another attempt, getting at the third base. Oh, Dara, he's able to split some of the forces, but not enough to snipe any of them, just some bad damage there. Another scout from Dara, seeing exactly what is going on at the base of Kasperos. And what is going on is a lot of Zealots. Zealots are currently the defense as the Stalkers are the offense of Kasperos, and they're trying to go around the army. I don't think they should walk straight into it though. There are 4 Immortals, and those are real Immortals, not hallucinations, so they pack quite a lot of damage to these Stalkers, so we know entering his base anytime soon, but I honestly thought that Kasperos would be trying to sneak by and go straight into the natural. But in the end, that wasn't the case. No, drops everywhere. Sees everything. Just floating above the third base, right above the army as well. Now Daryl is ready to move out. We have 5 Immortals, a bunch of Stalkers, a bunch of Adepts, which now have Glaives. You know, we have this purely Gateway army from Kasperos, and there are no sentries even, there's no shield battery, there's only a cannon. At the same time, he is preparing a bit of a run-by. He did sneak out the pylon after all, and we have a few zealots in the natural base, but the main army of Daryl looks strong and walks straight into the first base of Kasperos. The Glaive Adepts are dealing with most of the army, and GG is called just like that. Daryl will be taking game number 1. Some solid game from Daryl. There were no like explosive moments really, I feel like. It was more like just, you know, very solid, safe gameplay. Getting the Immortals when they're needed. Making sure that he doesn't lose track of the army. Doesn't lose track of what Kasperos is doing, and he was just prepared. You know, Kasperos, I almost want to say it's unusual for him that he just went straight for the gateway, just straight Stalkers and Zealots. Like, considering what we saw in the previous series, it felt a little not like him. But we will see what he decides to do in the second game. And we have loaded into our second map of the best of 3 series, and we are currently on Oceanborn. Looking at the first of our players in the pink. So I have pink Protoss from LCE. It's Daryl. And on the other side of the map we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Void and Poland. It is Kasperos. So chat, this time I am giving you more time. Start now. Oh, never mind. Oh, I see. Never mind, the game is over. We're not playing the gateway game because we have a forge. And the first pylon right at the ramp, very interesting location. The gateways are not up yet, or I mean, they are not on the ramp, so there's an open pathway. And 2 probes are out. I don't think Daryl has seen it yet. He has seen it now. And we have 2 probes in the main base of Daryl. He's getting a forge of his own, but honestly, yeah, he cancelled it because it was way too close. And what is he planning to do? The cannons are coming up. Daryl, you need to do something. Daryl. Ah. Okay, I see. Yeah, that is a way to get out of this situation. Sure. Just getting for a ninja base. Unfortunately though, Katsperos has noticed that probe and he has noticed his base as well. So this won't be that easy after all. It's a matter of time before this base is full of cannons as well. And I mean, there's only one probe there, so it will be much slower. So Dar is trying to set up some Sim City, set up the forge of his own, but the first of the cannons is already on the way. It won't be quite in range, I think, but maybe it will reach the spiral. The probe is being dealt with though, so at least Daryl bought this much time, so he should be able to put the cannons of his own. But the question is, does he have the resources for it? I guess he didn't move out the workers, so having a few more probes, he should have more resources, but even then, that's very risky business. The second probe of Kasperos is here to reinforce. Anything that's in range is being showered by the cannon. Yeah, we have two cannons of Kasperos on the front. We have some cannons of Dire as well. The probes are being recalled to this base, but ooh, they're being recalled straight into their death. They actually cannot mine, so whatever resources Dire has, that's all he has. He has 6, how many? 9 minerals. He's not able to make another cannon, so these cannons have to defend his entire base. And I don't know if they can do it. He is focus firing them, but even then, Speros just has more. Yeah, that was last of the defensive structure. There's one more cannon, but GG is called. Kasperos is tying up the series 1-1 in a true Protoss fashion. That's like the most classic PvP you can get. Like tower rushes are in every game, and cannon rush is one of the most classic strategies. You know, right next to Zerg rush is the cannon rush. Now this is pod racing, yes. This is exactly what it is. Also, welcome chat. Welcome to the rare Kurocast. I'll try my best not to lose my voice too quickly. At the same time, we have other series currently going on. Still waiting for the second semi-final to be ready, but I believe the scores are about to be updated, so we will look at it right after this series. Okay, chat. I don't think we will get 2 cannon rushes in a row. I don't believe that's gonna happen. Even though, you know, if it works, why fix it? But I think we will get another solid game. So because I'm saying this, you now have the time to think what units are coming out of those gateways. I'm giving you the time to type it out, so you can make it in time before they are made. And I want to see your predictions. I think we're going back to double Stalker for Kasperos. Meanwhile, Dire seems like yeah, the Stalker Sentry makes a lot of sense for him because he is more of a defensive player, no more like solid. But we'll find out. And here we have it. We are on Golden Aura, and in the top left corner we have our pink Protoss player from LCE. It is Daryl. on the opposite side of the map, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Void and Poland. It is Kasperos. Now, where is this probe going? Press the wrong button. We have another forge. Okay, Kasperos, I see. I see how it is. Kasperos basically is one of those people who's like, you know what? That worked for last game. Why should I change? And I mean, he probably is right. But I also think Daryl will be much more prepared for what's to come, especially since his probe is much earlier now. He sees the forge coming. He does see the probe getting in, and he does let it in actually, but he pulls off the line. He's more prepared, but ooh, this is a nice lock there. The second probe is being bothered though by the probe. Ooh, and actually the wall is being broken. The first cannon is going up. And Darius is on a bit of a timer. He decides to get his core. I don't know about that. I mean, the Zealot is about to come out, so that's definitely nice, but cannon will soon be ready. Oh, yeah, we got the second probe. The first probe is completely trapped, but the cannon is ready. Now the main thing is that Daryl is still mining. But he is mining, but he doesn't have any units. Like, he got the Zealot, and that is it. He is forced to make another gateway, because this whole production is completely offline. But once this pylon is open, the probe is back out. The second probe is here for backup, but it actually cannot get through quite yet. And the cannon rush continues. This time, Daryl does not take a ninja base. I mean, it didn't quite work for him last time. He tried his best, but in the end it wasn't enough. Instead, he's focusing on making gateways, on getting the army, but even the cyber core is now under attack. It will be falling down. Daryl is able to kill one stalker, so that will be his army, really. He's remaking that core, but again, he is on a timer. The next row of cannons is about to be ready. Stalker finishes, the shield batteries are up, but they will be going down soon. They are being focused. And with the shield batteries done, the defense will be definitely very difficult. Daryl actually lost probes in the defense, which means he has less worker than Kasperos, so even the income isn't on his side. He is once again able to make stalkers as the cybercore did finish, but he's not able to mine. He does not have any more resources, so those 4 units that he's working on, that is his entire defense, that and the probes. The Nexus is going down. There is nothing more coming, it's just Daryl versus the cannon rush. As a reminder, Kasperos is still mining. He still has production, he's working on shield batteries, transition. Meanwhile, the cannons are killing the last of the base of Daryl. Daryl has fought bravely, but this is it. Kasperos, with the cannon rush, is taking the series 2-1 and advancing to the final. So definitely, Kasperos has found the strategy that worked in the PvP, and he was able to take down Daryl. Because again, in the straight up game when they played the first game, Daryl looked really strong. So I guess the way to go was to pick a cheese, and that's what Kasperos did, and it worked very well for him. But with that, that also means that we have finished first of our semifinals. Kasperos is now in the finals of our tournament. Let me quickly update the score. And that also means that we are ready for our second semi-finals of the day. Usually here for our tournaments we cast both semi-finals as well as the final, so the other semi-final was being held for us. And this is my reminder to hydra your hydras, as well as stretch your roaches, drain your disruptors as some people say. And we'll be back to casting soon. Let me just make sure I am prepared. So as a reminder, after the semi-finals, right before the finals, we will be having our random raffle. So make sure to stick around for that. And if you yourself want to play in the next edition of this tournament, it will be next month. It will be in May. So if you want to make sure you don't miss it, then follow us on our social media. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and most importantly, we have our own Discord server. That's usually where you can get the latest updates about everything we're doing, from our casts to our tournaments to, you know, random stuff to stuff like designs. Like often, like when we add new emotes or like new logos for tournament and stuff that will be posted for our subscribers in the Discord. So the Discord generally is the main place to be for all things CranKy Ducklings. Oh, Espio, the pylons that shoot. We used to have pylons that shoot. That used to be a thing. Wait, was it? Was it every pylon? No, yeah, on the very beginning of the Legacy of the Void, every pylon could shoot. Sure. It looks like our players are still needing a moment to get ready, so we'll take a little break. Like, you know, maybe a minute or two, so don't go anywhere, or maybe go get a drink, and we'll be soon with the second semifinals of Master Swan Open 80. Be right back. And we are back. We are back with our second semi-final of the day of Master Swan Open number 80. And we are casting two of our players on the EU server. First up, we have the Blue Terran, who is, I believe, from Poland. It is Cure Waffle. And on the other side of the map, we have our Red Zerg player representing RP Pack. Is it Red Wolves? Maybe, I'm not sure. I will have to check which team that is exactly. But I believe he is from Romania. It is Abatur. Abatur, of course, playing Zerg. One of the rare cases where the name actually matches the race of the player. Because we've had a lot of, you know, SCV playing Protoss and the likes. But this time the name matches. And even Cure Waffle has Cure in it, which, you know, Cure is a Terran player, so it's kind of related. So yeah, welcome to the semi-finals of Master Swan Open number 80. As a reminder, Katsperos is waiting in the finals for the winner of this series. This is the best of 3, and whoever becomes the finalist will be in for the prize money of this tournament, of this monthly tournament. This tournament is for Masters players and below, so the top limit is 4.7k MMR. There is no bottom limit as long as you have the games played. To ensure that we don't have, you know, fresh accounts and use some smurf strength to get in, we have a game requirement, a minimum game requirement, which is used to determine your level. And so far so good, you know, both of our players just going for their macro. We don't have energy just coming up yet. This Reaper is dancing with the Zerglings. We have quite a lot of Zerglings actually for the beginning of the game. 6 and even 8 Zerglings. That's quite a lot for a ZVT. Usually you will see like 4 to maybe 6 at best. We also have 2 Reapers and more on the way. The Zerglings are actually now starting to fall down. These Reapers is nothing to joke about. They're able to bypass the Queen and they may be able to get some damage done, but with the second Queen they shouldn't be able to get into the bases, but at the very least they get very nice scouting done, and there's still more Reapers to come. That's a very interesting opening there from our Terran player. Just focusing fully on the Reapers. Getting 5 I believe in total. Reapers, I don't think they're taking down this base. Or maybe they will. You know what? With 5 Reapers, they're actually able to outdamage the Scatchery, and it is forced to be cancelled. The drones falls down as well. That's a rare sight for Reapers to actually destroy a building nowadays, so you know what? Really nice done for Cure Waffle. And yeah, I mean, hey, he's just going for men with gun. Like, you know, he just started with different men with gun, and now he's going for proper marines, getting this team ready. Abatur is checking for a third base, but there is no third yet. There's only this wall. Unfortunately for Cure Waffle, the add-ons are on the other side of the map, so the Zerglings are able to take them down, which will definitely slow down the macro, but other than that, so far so good. Even the Overlords are not safe in the base of Cure Waffle, as they are being sniped, but the Overlord did see what is going on in the base. He did see what kind of tech is going on. He didn't see all these new buildings being dropped. We have so many more barracks. How many do we have right now? We're getting to 5 barracks. Okay, so we have 5 barracks, a lot of marines, still all of our Reapers. None of our Reapers died. Right, am I correct? Yeah, none of the Reapers died. The only loss for Waffle so far is that add-on. Abator, in the meantime, expanding as much as he can, taking his 4 base, getting roaches, interestingly enough. I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean, we'll see what he can do. I'm definitely looking at Kurofo for the aggression. He's still on 2 bases. He has that 3rd command center, which is already an orbital. And as we noticed it, he will be taking that 3rd base. But he did spend quite a lot of time with it in the main. We have a link here to confirm what's going on. He's able to get right into the base. Bypasses all the walls, scouts all of his flags. Very nice scout for Avatar, but I mean, knowing is only half the battle. Now, can he prepare for what's to come? He is going for Hydras. I assume the lurkers are coming soon as well. He's actually preparing for an attack from the south. Well, that may be the case, although the medivacs are going for more forward frontal approach. I assume there will be some creep clearing being done. That does alert the Zerg though, and the forces are ready here. Funny enough, there are absolutely no banelings from the side of Abatur, and this Reaper Marauder squad is gonna meet with the roaches. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused about what composition I'm seeing. But here they are. The Lurker Den is now on the way, and so is the Hive. So all the upgrades will be there for the new units. And with the bio army of Pure Waffle, it will have a hard time dealing with lurkers, although, you know, he will also have a lot of firepower. The combat shield just finished. The upgrades are on the way as well. Abatur taking yet another base, all the way in the bottom. So many roaches. Yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of marauders, I guess. I don't know. It always feels to me like roaches are not great against bio, but then again, they're also not great against tanks either. It all depends on numbers. But yeah, that's an interesting thought. It's all roaches. There are no ravagers, so there's no like tank sniping potential either. But the lurkers are now being morphed. Terran is sieging outside of the base of the Zerg. The lurkers are about to be ready. They're not quite there yet, but just a few more seconds. And now they are here. I'm not sure if Wafu has spotted them. But if he goes into the choke point, that can get bloody. It looks like the Zerg will go in first and going off creep straight into the army. Terran, the tanks are prepared here, but they will get sniped. But still, there's a lot of firepower from the bio, and both armies suffer some losses. The upgrades from the lurkers are about to be done. Ooh, but those are nice shots from the tanks. They are properly spread out, and there are no Zerglings to trap them either. That's an interesting wall of depots right there. It will not be lethal in time though, so it will not act as a wall. But the tanks are ready. And even with the SCVs being a bit exposed, there are some marauders here there as well to slow down the attack. At the same time, the Terran is defending the base. There's also a drop in the natural base of Abatur, getting some drones. And All in all, I'm not sure who wins this engagement because, I mean, Duopo is losing the third base, he is losing this position. Like, sure, the Zerg cannot progress forward, but the base has to be lifted, the SCVs got hurt or had to be evacuated. And he only has 2 bases mining, and you know, with that, one of them is the main base, which does not have many minerals in the first place. Oh, but he spots this lurker mob and he may be able to snipe these eggs before they hatch, at least some of them. Fortunately, he's not quite able to do it, but he still has enough firepower to just power straight through them. The Zerglings are trying to engage, but they're not quite a match for this bio army, and the reinforcements are just too few to join in. The main army of the Zerg is not that great either, and with the tanks still being set up, they have to be careful. Ooh, this choke point is really painful, but the roaches eventually make it through. The SCVs are forced to fight, and all of them will be going down, especially with the lurkers. But, I mean, we're almost getting to the base tree situation here, except one side of the base tree is 2 lurkers, and the other side is an entire bio drop with mostly marauders. Eventually the lurkers are being dealt with some scans, meanwhile the drop is still strong, still taking down roaches. The liberators are definitely helping with the reinforcements. They do go down, but they did do their work. This bio army is so low, the medivac is absolutely out of energy, there's no heal coming down. And eventually Terran has to move away, but Kurwaffle got his damage. The natural base is gone, a lot of the workers is gone. Yeah? Yeah, as Chad is pointing out, there are no banelings. It's just a Roach Hydra army with the lurkers, with some Zerglings to support. It's also very weird to me to not see any banelings playing versus a mostly bio player, like massively bio player. But I mean, to be fair, he does have a lot of marauders, which banelings are not great against. But even then. Another army is coming in. The Smelters are still out of energy. They have not regenerated enough. But at the same time, there's not that much army here from Abatur. There are these 2 lurkers which are definitely scary, and again, this bio army is so low, but again, the natural base gets denied. The ghosts are going down though. They do snipe some of the units, but they don't get the lurkers. Yeah, that was not a great attack there from Kurwaffle, and the medivac is not safe. It has to hide in the deader zone, but I'm not even sure if that's dead air. No, it is. We checked. There is no range there. But on both sides we have patrolling hydras, so this drop is not getting out anytime soon. And finally we do have Baneling Nest with Baneling Speed. Still no Banelings on the map though, I think. Yeah, we have no Banelings on the map, nothing being morphed. Now the Zerg is trying to attack. And the lurkers are doing well, but there are tanks, there are ghosts, so... Ooh, you're getting some snipes on the lurkers, but I don't think that's enough. There's still a lot of them here, and with this nice position, they're also able to attack the army as it's passing by to rotate the position. But the Zerg army is retreating now, regrouping. No, making up for the losses. The Baneling Speed is only now just finished. The Vipers are on the way as well. The Scouting Marine going towards the enemy. Not able to meet the army, but he is able to get a bit of a some news, some information on the Zerg. Another drop is being set out by Cure Waffle, but it will be spotted by these two overlords. Abatur is moving part of his army up here. Still, a few drones will be falling down. The Banelings are final here, and nice pickup from Pure Waffle. 3 drones are falling down, which is definitely pretty nice. And you just noticed how low this Roach Warren is from the previous attack. It is slowly regenerating, but still quite an easy target. And more Marines going around, but they unfortunately unload straight where the lurkers are. So it's taking a bit of damage, and it's time. It's time for Zerg to move out. Now Abatur has the Banelings, he has the lurkers prepared. There are ghosts though, so there will be snipes coming down, but they're not able to take down the lurkers in time. Tanks are zoning out the Zerg army, but the lurkers are zoning out the Terran army, so nobody really can touch the other. Vipers are going forward. Waffle just trying to get some vision on the Zerg army. So those moving forward, this is a bit of a suicide mission, but they do get a few lurkers, but I don't think it was worth losing all of those ghosts. To be fair, there are no overseers, you should just cloak them. But there's no time for that as the Zerg army is moving forward. The Banelings are rolling right into the bio. There are no splits. There are pulls from the Vipers and the tanks will be going down, but there are only a few lurkers left. I don't know if it's enough, but maybe just barely the reinforcements are joining in. But the tanks are still standing. In the end, both armies suffered some losses. There's another drop on the other side of the map. It's currently not being dealt with as only reinforcements can join in. Baningness goes down. That's the end of the Banings for Abatur. But despite all these losses, I mean, he did retain his position on the map. He did take this base and is currently benefiting from it, but he does not have the army quite ready as the Terran is marching forward. Sure, he has the Zerglings, he has the Hydras, he was able to remake the units, but he does not have the Lurkers. All of them did go down. The Vipers are being EMP'd, only one of them has any energy. No, none of them has any energy. And where are the units of Abatur? Again, Benignas is not ready. Lurkers are still morphing. They will be ready soon. This is an interesting position where Terran can just barely reach the lurkers to deal with some of them, but oh yeah, running straight ahead may not be the greatest idea. We already have a lot of banelings, we have the Hydras as well. The tanks are being pulled, so this is a very dangerous position. Cureful trying to get some cute position there, trying to load the tanks on top of the ramp. But it also means that these tanks will be much more forward. They will not have the cover. And they are being pulled straight into the lurkers. The EMPs do land though, and Vipers have to move back. They do not have any more energy to help you. The last two tanks... Oh sorry, there's more, but like... 2 more tanks are being carried over, and Zerg is now going forward. The Lurkers were on board for a moment. Some of them did fall down, but overall the Terran army is getting clean. Nice snipes on the Banelings though, and no of the Banelings connect. Now it's just Hydras with these few Lurkers, but the Terran army is not that great either. This bio is so damaged, and in the end, both armies have to move back. Both armies suffered so many losses. At the same time, Zerg was able to split a little bit part of his army and move straight forward the base. All of the SCVs are going down, and so is the planetary as well. The Terran forces were not here in time. We still have some banelings on the map. We're still morphing more. And Kirofo has rebuilt his army. He has the tanks. Just, the army doesn't look all that mighty when considering how many lurkers are on the other side. It does find these eggs though, which is a nice little pickup. But now the lurkers are moving in. They're not burrowed yet, so they will be getting damaged, but once they are in, they will be taking down all of this bio army. The problem with lurkers though is that it takes time to reposition them. While they're dealing with the tanks, the bio army is in the main base and standing strong on the ramp. But Senna, look at this damage. Look how damaged this bio army is. A single volley from a lurker can destroy half of it. Now most of it is gone. Even the ghosts are going down. Now we have the parasitic clouds as well. Little bombs, my bad. So even the medivacs will be going down. The medivacs were always out of energy anyway, but at least they provided some support, provided some, you know, transport services. But now the Terran army looks really weak. We still have these ghosts, which can definitely help, but with all these lurkers, it's really scary. Another tank being pulled into the fire, just destroyed in the air. Didn't even land. Now the lurkers are slowly leapfrogging forward. We don't have the tanks in this army. We have some ghosts, and they may be able to get up some snipes. But only taking down 2 lurkers when we have so many. Snipes going down. But it looks like this will be the end of this defense. The army is crumbling. There are still some ghosts, but they cannot help much on their own. There's more Zeg on the bottom as well. The lurkers are destroying the bases. She is called Avatu. Will be taking camp number 1. That was game number 1. Zerg. It's victorious. But this is a best of 3, so Kirofo still has a chance. You know, I have to say, when I saw the lurkers, they were constantly getting stuck in various places, you know, where the bio army was just running away from them. I just get reminded because I do watch Giant Grant games, and he just played a campaign. I mean, I say just. I've been catching up on some VODs, and he played a campaign where lurkers could actually move while burrowed and shoot while moving and being burrowed. And I just had that image in front of my eyes, and it's just terrifying. The Conqueror, I am not 100% sure if they are masters. This tournament is for master and below, so even if you are below masters, you can play here as well. I have to double check with Light on that, because Light is our main admin for these amateur events. As we are now ready for our second game of this best of 3 semi-finals of Masters Swan Open number 80. But again, as a reminder, this is a monthly tournament. We also have a second tournament called Sea Duckling Open, which is for Diamond and below. So in case you're interested in that, make sure to check it out. Yes, we are now loaded into our second map, which is Post-Youth, LE. And we are looking at the bottom left side of the map where our blue terrain is. Representing Poland, it is Cure Waffle. And on the other side of the map we have our red Zerg representing Arpak. Again, I have to check what's the full name of the team, I am sorry. And I believe Romania. It is Abatur. Actually, is it Abatur? Abatur? Look, this is where, once again, I'm not a native English speaker. And English is weird. That's my statement on the English language. So I see he's supporting the Diva decal. Okay, chat. For those in the chat who are even occasionally playing the game, what's your favorite decal? What are your favorite decals in the game? Or what are your favorite sprays in the game? Doesn't matter if you own them or not, but like, which ones do you like the most? It's both of our players expanding to these half-gold bases. You know, Post-Youth being that special map with half-gold naturals. So far, no, just getting our macro. We're getting the 1-1-1, I believe. I mean, I say that, but last game we did get 5 racks. So we'll see if that starboard is coming soon. Meanwhile, Abatur just getting his third base. The Reaper was not able to deny it this time. As a reminder, last game we had 5 Reapers at the beginning of the game, which was quite crazy. But this time more standard, just 1. And oh no. Chat, do you see what I see? Oh no. It is mech. Let's go. Ah. Oh, I'm in pain already. As you can tell, I am a Zerg player. It looks like this game we will be making it happen from the side of Cure Waffle. We'll see what kind of mech it is. We have Cyclones coming up right now. We have a blue flame as well, so definitely will be some Hellions. The Overlord is coming in now to scout, but I don't know how much we'll see. The new Cure Spray, yeah, that's definitely a good one. And the Cyclones are coming out, and I think that should tell Avatar something about what is coming, and now he sees the second factory as well. He sees the research being done. He doesn't know what research it is, but you can probably guess. Actually, now that I think about it, is Macron still a thing? Hold on, because Cycle has been through so many changes lately. I don't actually know what upgrades they have. I have to double check that. Anyway, Abatur decides to take his 4th base, and this time he goes Banelings. Okay. So last time we had Bio and we didn't go Banelings until very late. This time we have Mech and we go Baneling. Okay, look. Look. It is light Mech. So maybe the Banelings will have, but for now the Cyclones are here and they will mess with these queens quite a lot. There are currently no other units to help. These few Zerglings won't be enough, especially with the blue flame coming up. So these queens are the entire line of defense. And the line of defense is crumbling. Cure Waffle is running straight into the base, into the 3rd base of Abatur. The Banelings are coming up, but I mean, they are slow and can't really get much done. Six drones are falling, not the entire mineral line, but still quite a few losses, and the mech army is still there. We also had, guess what, more factories on the way. So this mech will not be stopping anytime soon. We now have Link Bane to deal with the army. The Links are definitely a good option because they can, in good numbers, they can deal with the Cyclones, but we also have Blue Flame Hellions, which can be transferred into Hellbats now, so it's quite rough for the little squishy Zerglings out there. We also have 1 token Marine, oh, actually 2 of them, I guess. This entire 3rd base has to be given up on. Link Bane is getting ready, but we'll see what it can do. The Zerglings are rolling in, but the Blue Flame is absolutely destroying them. Now we have a tank as well to deal with the Banelings. Some of them will connect and they will even take down the tank. But still so much is left over. The Cyclones will eventually be cleaned up. Most of them anyway. So that's definitely nice. It's not enough to go through this wall of queens. But it did cost Abatur quite a lot to get there. The hatchery is very low. It didn't go down, but it is very low, so if the next potential attack comes soon, it will easily snipe it. They have speed upgrade. Yeah, the hurricane. Yeah, Cyclones feel like lightnings, but they are armored, as the chat says. I mean, it's true, they do feel like lightnings. I guess it's the speed maybe. The Hellions definitely are, and they are rolling with their blue flame straight into the 4th base. All the drones are here. The Zerglings will try to protect them together with the queens, and they will manage to do so, but they will also uncover the 5th day. Well, once again, we are going for the lurker then. So, you know, strap in everyone. It's mech versus lurkers. The most truthful composition. I guess it is, you know, we have mostly like cyclones and helions, so it's more mobile mech, but we also have a lot of tanks. So I assume there will be a lot of sieging from both sides. Yeah. Chat, get ready. But first we have to get there, because the lurker den is not ready yet. And all this mech army is already here. The Hydras will try to help, but they are very squishy. The Queens are being zoned out, and they don't quite have the DPS to deal with all of it. Every time this you know, mobile mech army is being overwhelmed by the Zerg, they just move back to the position with the tanks. And tanks deal with the rest. The Queens are now trying to close in, but a lot of them are falling down, and tanks are still protecting this main army. Even if this entire army force, even if all the Cyclones and Helions are down, the tanks are still here. They have nice position. The Vipers are nowhere to be seen yet. It's still too early for that. Abatu tries to surround. He will catch some of this reinforcement, which is nice, even getting one of the tanks, and at the same time closing in on the front. But still, the tanks are doing so much damage. These Hydras are falling so quickly. The reinforcements are joining in, but we still have quite some army left over, enough to siege the space for now. But Waffle does not want to overstay his welcome either, so he will be moving back, he will be regrouping. He has the time to now take this small gold base as well. But so does Abatur. While he was being pushed on the front, like the base on the side was perfectly secure. At the same time, the Zerglings getting ready for a bit of a run-by. They may not get into bases, but they may catch some of the reinforcements, which will already be nice. And so they do, but at the same time, the main army finally takes down the base. But that said, the lurkers are already there. They are set in position. The new base is being harassed, which is definitely nicer for Pure Waffle. But he needs his army focus. Is to make sure he doesn't like split it too much, so it doesn't get overwhelmed by the Zerg. At the same time, the Zerglings have not been dealt with. They took down a lot of the SCVs from this base, and it looks like they will take down the orbital itself. The orbital is just barely alive. It was just barely saved from burning down. These are eventually being dealt with, and the Terran still has this wedge inside of the Zerg bases. The Helions eventually take down the hatchery at the top as well. Now we have all these lurkers, we have all these Hydras. But can we face this mech Terran army? We have so many tanks. There are barely any Cyclones left. It's mostly the Helion tank. We have a single boss here, I guess, to help with some snipes, maybe some EMPs. Well, look at all of these drones burning, the entire mineral line gone in seconds. Oh, the single tank actually intercepting some of the reinforcements. Very nicely done. At the same time, the tanks are leapfrogging towards the gold base. The lurkers are also a siege unit, but they do have less range than the tanks, so they're not quite able to contest with them. We have another collapse being prepared. The Zerglings are dealing with the reinforcement at the same time, and Hydras and Banelings are rolling in, and they will deal with a lot of the tanks on the front, but there's still an entire backline ready. So just, you know, slow and steady, leapfrogging forward, and the tanks are slowly taking the ground. The Moopies are cheering for the fallen Banshee. Don't worry about it. At the same time, we have some lurker run by straight into the bases. They will take down some SCVs, and 7 of them total does fall down, which is a definitely nice damage. But that also means that these lurkers are not in the defense. And we have Liberators sieging up. With the scans, they are able to deal with at least some of the lurkers. It's another force of Zerglings getting ready to surround his army, but with how tight of a squeeze this is, I don't think the Zerglings will be able to do much. And they do get all of the Hellions, which is definitely nice, but these tanks are still alive, they are moving backwards, they are not being repaired, and with all these lurkers burrowed in the same place, they may actually be dealt with. But not in time. There's enough firepower together with the Liberators, all of the lurkers are dealt with. We currently don't have any lurkers on the map. That was the last lurkers that Abatur had. He is making more Hydras, but they are not here yet, and they still have to be more. Tank neatly covered by the vents will definitely help with saving the Hellions. Will not fully save them, but still deals with this army. Oh, we have the Nova! But for those who don't know, if you use this skin, there is a small chance that one of your ghosts will be Nova, and we will have a Nova ghost right here. And anyway, we are going forward, fighting against the Hydras. They were not able to morph into lurkers yet, so this is just the entire line of defense. And Cure Waffle will be tying up this series 1-1. Once again, GG is called. Like, there was some really nice mech play there from Cure Waffle, and it was definitely very effective. And again, chat, those are not pandas, those are moopies. They are not Ewoks. Definitely. They are not Ewoks. But anyway, we are now in the third map. On the third map? On the third map. Of our best of 3 series, this is the map that will decide which of these 2 players will be going to the finals. Well, as a reminder, Katsperos is waiting for one of them. And at the top left corner of Golden Aura LE, we have our Lutheran playing for Poland. It is Cure Waffle. And on the other side of the map we have our red Zeg representing our pack. A red pack? Maybe? And Romania. It is Abatur. This is where I put some really bad pun about how Abatur is preparing sequences for his next strategy. I didn't do that, you were. And yes, Nova did survive. We have some interesting wall on the bottom of this natural base for Cure Waffle, going for the straight 2 racks. Time to switch to Terran, I guess. I mean, yeah, if you want your own Nova in your army, you have to play Terran. I'm sorry. Which is, by the way, very unfair. Why do other races not have that? Why can't Zerg have like a, you know, like a random hunter killer, or like a random broken horn Zergling, or a devourer one? Devouring one, my bad. devouring one are Zerglings from Brood War. And like Protoss could have also some heroes, like you know, one of the adepts could be a hero. Like Protoss has a lot of heroes because of like how the campaign goes. Like you have a lot of like heroes that are using the regular units, to put it that way. Like you have some adept heroes, you have like a Void Ray hero, like a Phoenix hero. You know, you could use all of that. Once again, we are getting for a more regular game, although, just like in game 1, Cure Waffle is going for the double Rax Reaper. It's not a proxy, it is all the way at home, it's for harassment. Last time he was able to get an entire third base with his Reapers and he didn't lose a single one, and we'll see how he does this time. The Reapers do survive, but it looks like thanks to how the bases are positioned, the Queens are able to get there in time and able to fend them off before any major damage is done. Of course, these Queens are getting damaged and they are getting focused. One of them is almost going down, just barely surviving. There is no transfuse yet as the Queens are still gathering energy. And with that, Kuroko has to accept that this is all the damage he's able to do. The Reapers will be going home. We also have different kinds of DTs. I mean, true, but they're still like regular DTs. They're not like, oh, you know, you get like all the side DTs and then there's one with blades. No, it's like, you know, kind of 50-50 which one you get. So it's similar, but it's not exactly the same.
Game paused.
Having a bit of a pause. All good. Our play is just, you know, making sure that there's no lag. Maybe somebody's at the door. Maybe a cat got on the keyboard. That has happened before. We have had the sorry cat chat before. So just, you know, just waiting for our players to make sure they're ready, make sure they're able to play at their best. As we just sit here in deafening silence of no music from the game. I didn't know Golden Aura had so much ambient noise to it. 'Cause normally it's like, you know, the music kinda overpowers it, but there's actually a lot of ambient going on.
Game resumed.
As we are now back into the game, let me quickly switch the scene. The links are running in, but this time the add-ons are tucked in a little bit better, so none of the add-ons will be falling down and the Zergis have to move back. We are once again going for the Baneling Nest. We are getting a lair as well. So this time we will actually have the tools to fight all of this bio. I say that, but also Abatur did win the game that he played versus the bio. So, you know, what do I know? But now the Marines are moving out. And what do we have? We have twins. We have some Zerglings. More on the way, but not many. We do not have banelings yet. The bane nest is only just finishing. The banelings are morphing, but only 2 so far. The queens are all the defense we have. And the queens are falling so quickly. These marines are dishing out so much damage. The reapers are dead to help and to disrupt the formations as well. The banelings are getting sniped. None of them connects whatsoever. As the men with gun just march forward, the drones are starting to fall, the queens are starting to fall. There's only so few of them. There's only one, I believe, maybe 2. The drones are dying, and even the Zergling reinforcements won't be able to help. Pure Waffle is marching forward. The defenses are not there yet. The army is so damaged, so it will be killed off easily, but not before taking so many drones with it. 32 already, and still more falling. Even though Curewolf lost the entire army here, he killed so many drones, he killed so many queens, so many losses were had. And that was definitely worth it for 16 marines. Of course, Abatur does have 4 bases, but what are the 4 bases if you cannot saturate them? Curewolf has to make sure that he is prepared for the counterattack, but he does have some forces ready. So, for any tech person who's watching, we have a bit of a visual glitch. Just for documenting purposes. Post Duke has this spatial rack that makes sparks and stuff. Not sure it makes noise, but it's very distracting when it is. Yeah, I'm not sure where it is, but yeah. We don't have it in the map pool anymore, but Solaris was the map that had these really loud crickets. Like, they were actually overpowering the music. There was another map. It was not Blackwater. But there was another map that also had that cricket thing. I'm not quite sure what generates the sound, but it can be indeed very distracting. Yeah, looks like we're back to macroing, we're getting the armies, we're getting the upgrades, the shield, the combat shield is done. The steam is done as well. We now have medivacs. On the other side of the map we have the banelings prepared, not a lot of them, but still quite enough. For this small drop it should be all that Abatur needs, although they may get sniped. We'll see how the control is from both players. But we're taking a forward base, which should be, yeah, it will be quickly cancelled as the army is moving in. But Curewolf sees all this link ban and he knows that he cannot engage this. Not with this drop. Bio living on the edge. I mean, I want to remind you that Bio literally has drags like built into their suits. Just saying. And it makes them shoot faster, because it makes sense. Another small squad just doing some creep cleaning duty. The Linkbane will be able to fend it off. 2 of the marines are actually being left. One of them will survive to tete-a-tete, unless... Not his best day. But the main army is now going towards the Zerg. The tanks are being sieged. The Lingbane is attacking from the top, and the entire Bio army is able to escape the Banelings, and just like that, GG is called. Abatur does not have enough. Cure Waffle will be moving on to the finals. So GG. Congrats to Cure Waffle. That was a really nice game from you. Like really nice control, like good Baneling snaps, good kiting of the Zerg army. And with that he was able to take the win. But now that we have finished our series, let's take a quick look at the bracket. And now we can take a look as, again, Cure Waffles took down Abatur 2-1 and Katsperos took Altair aka Daryl 2-1 as well. And with that we have our finalists. It will be a final between Cure Waffles and Katsperos. Our two finalists, as a reminder, they both receive a cash money prize. I like to think that the drugs make it so they aim better and shoot. I mean, look, they do shoot faster though. But anyway, yeah, we have two of our finalists, and both of those finalists will get some of that prize pool. If you want to you know, support the prize pool, this specific event, like this specific edition of the event, there is a Macherino for Master Swan Open at macherino/t/masterswan80. Other than that, if you want to support our tournaments in general, as a reminder, all of these tournaments are funded from our Patreon. So the best way to support our tournaments, the best way to make sure that they keep running, is to check out our Patreon and become a patron. You can become a patron at $1. It doesn't have to be at 20, you know, 100. Like, just $1 a month is already a decent support, and if enough people give their $1, it's already enough for funding some prize pools. Like, okay, set this up. So, you know, if you want to become a patron, feel free to check it out. Patrons of at least $5 and up will also get access to the replay packs from our events, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, but also events hosted by other organizers that allow us to share replays. So in the past, you know, we had some of the SC Boy events. We've had some of the OSC events being shared as well. So if you're interested in the replay packs, then make sure to either join on Patreon. You can also become a Twitch subscriber, or now you can also become a YouTube member. That's one of the newer subscriptions that we have available. So if you prefer to use your YouTube subscription, feel free. You can also become a YouTube member. Just make sure to join the Discord to be notified about what is going on. But as our players are setting up, it is time to begin a very special thing that we have over here. So hopefully it works. Oh, this is old. Oh, there you go. Now we're talking. So, something that, as I have mentioned before, something that we have in our tournaments, in all three of our tournaments, Ducklings Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup, all three of those tournaments have a random participant raffle. To be eligible for the raffle, you have to play one full series, which means one best of 3, for example. There's no, like, if you have not shown for the tournament, or if you gave up, if you forfeited mid-series, you will not be eligible for the raffle. You have to play one full series. So With that, we have all our eligible players. From what I could tell, none of our players have given up. All of our players showed up and played the series, so all of them will be eligible. Which means we have total of 9 players today, eligible for the $5. Again, the raffle is completely random. I will now randomize our list. And the winner of today's raffle is Hollow Ghost SC2. So again, Hollow Ghost SC2, if you are listening to this, you have won the $5 as a random participant. Make sure to join the Matcherino page for Master Swan Open 80. If you're not sure where it is, ask in the chat or ask on the Discord and we will make sure to send you the link. And if you join as one of the participants, then you will be able to get your payout of $5 USD. As we can see, Cure Waffles was a runner-up. Again, the runner-ups don't really mean anything. It's more like a fun way to show that, like, you were this close to get to the raffle, but we only have one winner in the raffle. And with that out of the way, I will take a quick 2-minute break, and after that, we will be back with the finals. See you then. Welcome to the finals of Master Swan Open number 80. We are starting this best of 5 on Oceanborn LE. As in the top left corner, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Void and Poland. It's Katsperos. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we have our red Terran player, also representing Poland. It is Waffle. Now we have a PvP, and by that I mean Polish versus Polish. Which is only right, considering that I'm also Polish. I guess you know. It's the Polish tournament now. And let's see how it goes. So far we have just some scouting workers, checking out what's what. No aggressive openers from other side, no cannon rushes or the likes. We do have a bit of a cheeky engineering bay from Waffle, so that natural expansion won't be coming from Katsperos anytime soon. But it looks like, yes, Katsperos will be getting one of the SCVs. The other one did get a bit down, but it does take down the probe and will not be denied at the same time. Oh, actually, Katsperos putting a lot of workers on this, making sure that this engineering bay goes down, but it's almost all the way completed. With that, some of the build of Katsperos will be delayed. He eventually deals with that engineering bay. At the same time, Waffle has the time to go for his expansion. He goes for expansion on the high ground. A little bit afraid of what the aggressiveness of Katsperos may bring, but there is nothing to be worried about. The Reaper goes for a quick little scout. That was not quite able to deny it. It looks like Katsperos going for a Twilight Council first in a PvT matchup. The wall is not actually up in time, and this adept will be able to get into the base of Waffle, being able to scout what is being built, as well as maybe deny this work, at least delay the building. So that's nice little bit of information for the Katsperos there, as he is currently going for Blink. Soon we will be going for some stalkers to maybe sneak into the bases of the Terran, maybe. We don't have a Robo yet or Stargate, so I guess we won't have the high ground vision to quite get into the bases. But it's definitely something that can be used in the future. We're also getting more gateways, so aggression is coming shortly from Katsperos. We will be on a total of 4, and with the blink finishing soon, we'll definitely be seeing a lot of stalkers coming the other way. Meanwhile, on the side of Waffle, we have some mech units, but we're not going full mech like before. Just some cyclones, more for safety than anything else. We are also getting a Liberator. We have a single Liberator, which will now be scouted by Katsperos. He scouts the entire army, so he knows exactly what is coming. He's trying to prepare his stalkers, but there is one shield battery. He's trying to get some sentries as well. I don't know if that's enough, honestly. This is a solid army from the Terran. Liberator getting really low. The blink definitely helps. There's some forces to split the army, but the sentries are going down. The shield batteries will definitely help in this defense though. And with that, Terran is forced to move back. The Adepts were actually able to get into the base, or the single Adept, and it is getting some damage done, but now with the Raven it will be fended off. We're just moving on to the next part. We have Kurofu preparing his bio units. He's getting for 3 arcs so far. Getting his upgrade ready. At the same time, on the side of the Protoss, we have Charge on the way. We have the first Immortals being out, as well as the Robo Bay. So I assume the Colossus will be coming soon. A nice little spotter pylon right in the middle of the map. Oh, we have this observer parking right on top of the natural base, getting some nice vision for Casperos. As well as a Phoenix to scout everything that's going on. Now this observer can even reach the army itself, so definitely really good piece of information there for the Protoss. Oh, he may be able to get some of these workers. Just barely, but he is getting scanned right in time. Nice snipe of it on that Cyclone. Asperos has recognized that it's a bit away from the rest of the group. Now Casperos is keeping Kurwofos on his side of the map, but the Terran army is getting strong. The stock is running straight into the Marines, and the Bio army definitely does hurt. With all that steam going on, the gateway units can't really do much. They try to snipe the Raven, but they're not able to put it down. We have the first Colossus joining the army. That will definitely be very helpful against all of these Marines. They do have combat shield, but they're still quite squishy. The Raven actually flies straight in. He gets the Matrix off on the Colossal, which is great, but it does go down. Now this army has to move back. It has to buy time, as the Marines are taking any damage they can. But now the Colossus is back in shape, it's back into action. It will be doing a lot of damage, but it does go down. It gets focused by the Terran. And now it's just the gateway army. The second Colossus does come down just in time. The tank is being dealt with. There's only Bio left over, and it tries to find a place to land. Finds a nice little nook here. But the Colossus is moving closer. Catswares tried to chase these Medivacs, but not quite able to reach them with the Stalkers. And in the end, Kurofu is able to evacuate some of his forces, but not a lot of them. It looks like we have a bit of a rally to the other side of the map. Definitely not ideal there for Kurofu, as he will be losing a lot of forces, unfortunately. Again, this observer getting so much information for Casperos, just parking right on top of the army. And I don't think Kyoko has quite spotted it yet. Oh, he's also using the cruise. Now the observer is being dealt with. But now we have 3 Colossi. We have Storm on the way. And that's a lot of AoE damage that Katsperos definitely needs to deal with the Terran army. Go home, Marauder, you lost. Scouting Marine running straight into this 4th base of Katsperos. Then another observer is keeping an eye on Kurwafu's army. And now it's time for the Protoss to attack. So hello, weird little thingy. Very distracting. Now we have a lot of Medivacs, we have a lot of Vikings, an entire squadron of Vikings. And we also have Disruptor. The Observer is once again being dealt with. And the Protoss is looking for the right angle to engage, and it looks like they found that the storms are going down, but the Vikings are now approaching. At the same time, there is a drop in the natural base of pure waffles. Once again, the Protoss army engages. The Disruptor Balls do connect with the Ghost, but the first Colossus does go down, and the Viking army keeps chasing. There's not that much that shoots up. And now the Colossus are completely cleaned out. Only a few Stalkers in this army, surprisingly. Not quite enough to deal with this Air Force. But at the same time, Kyofu is taking losses. A lot of the SCVs are going down to these Zealot Groundbys, so he has to push this attack. The Disruptors are getting ready for some nice shots on this Bio army. Only a few more others go down. It's not quite enough, as the base is now in danger. Some of the Disruptors are going down, and once again they're getting some of the units of the Terran army. Not a lot of them, and this army is mostly like half of it is High Templars, so they're not great fighting units on their own. The Zealots are trying to hold the front, but they're not quite enough. And the Terran army keeps going forward. Some EMPs are going on the army as well, but the Disruptor shots are not quite enough. More EMPs, the shields are completely down. That's a really nice Disruptor ball, but it does not come through. The Disruptor is being sniped, and now the Terran army is just marching forward. Another Disruptor shot does take a good chunk of the army. Honestly, I think he should just land the Vikings at this point because he has so much firepower in the air. But the Bio army itself is doing a lot of damage. Now the DTs are joining in for the defense. The scan is finally dropped down. The DTs are being dealt with. But there are more Novas coming down. At the same time, Katsperos is dropping all over the bases of Pure Waffle. A lot of the workers are going down or have to be evacuated. And even though that is eventually being dealt with, that still there's a lot of damage to Pure Waffle. The War Priest is finally taken down, so there will be no more Zealots coming in the near future. Just this tree running by. scuttles away. We still don't have more Colossi, it's just the Disruptors, and another round of Bio Army is coming in together with the Viking. Protoss army is able to find a nice angle, good storms on the army as well. This army is very damaged. All the Bio is hurt. The Medivacs are trying to help, but if they're constantly running, they cannot stop the heal. Is being denied in the middle of the map. He's definitely hiding there in the bushes. Ooh, that could have been some nice disruptor shots, but I think the Archon kinda gave it away. Pure Waffle did spot it just in time. Vikings are only really there for the vision, and they are falling down to the Archons. Doing any damage to the Protoss army. The MPs are going down, but they're mostly not hitting the Archons. Protoss army just regenerating a bit of shields, regenerating some energy. Once again going forward towards the Bio army. Some of it runs straight in, some of it goes falling down to the Novas. The big Doom Drop is going back home, the Disruptors are going back to defend. Not sure if they're quite able to do it, but I guess we'll have to see. Ooh, unfortunately they run straight into the army, and all of them will be going down without shooting a single Nova. Some of the army was also caught in the middle of the map, while most of it, well, I believe, was recalled. Now the Protoss army does not look all that strong. We have a lot of Novas though, so if Kyrwolf does not micro this correctly, he can lose a lot. So those are some nice juicy Novas in the middle of the army, but now the Disruptors are just marching forward, and they are being taken down one by one. Some of them come from the back, but the disruption shots are being dodged and the Protoss army is destroyed. Disruptors are being chased down. And barely any of them are still left. We have mostly Gateway army now. The base is falling down. The Zealots are trying to help. But this Marauder army is doing a lot of damage. All these probes going straight into their depths. At the same time, more run-bys on the side of Pure Waffle. Sparrows never stopping to send the Zealots, never stopping to sneak in some DPs here and there. And you know, they're still doing damage. Still 18 SCVs once again fell down. Still getting some nice scouting information. Or also, you know, taking down a few of the units. It's like this bio army is really strong. As long as Kyrwolf dodges all the Novas, he should be able to have enough firepower to defeat this Protoss army. Dodging the Novas is not always so easy. Another big drum drop in the bases of Kasperos. The entire army of the Terran is loaded into this Medivacs and dropped between the two bases. Some of the army is being recalled to the main base. may dealt with the Terran attack. More zealots are being warped across the map, but the bases of Kasperos are dying. The Terran found the timing. The Bio army is moving in. Kasperos has to gather whatever forces he has if he wants to fend this off. Novas connecting with some of the units, but not all of them, and now the disruptors are starting to fall. They don't quite have the power. And once the disruptors announced beautiful EMPs falling on the entire army as well. And the Nexus is killed. That was not a cancel. Another Dune Robe in the main base. The army is not able to get there in time, and the entire infrastructure of the Protoss will be going down, or at least will be empowered. That said though, a lot of the Terran army has fallen as well, and they now have to move out. The Medivacs are starting to get sniped as they are just waiting here. Protoss army has revealed quite a lot of the force. There's still some disruptors on the map. This looks like a cannon rush. I know this is probably just a warping point, or more like, you know, a setup for a base, but it's quite fun. Meanwhile, more EMPs are going down on the Protoss army. Kasperos wants to try to defend this position, and I don't know if he can. He's going really far into Terran territory. The disruptors are zoning out the Terran army, but we see how much damage Kasperos can do here before the Terrans reach it. Kasperos trying to get straight into the main base. Do as much damage as he can. There's still so much bio left over. And the Novas do not connect. They zone out the army, which is definitely nice, but it's only a matter of time before this bio can reach the Protoss. Ooh, but those are some nice Novas. Ooh, that was a great Nova. Kirwolf thought he can snipe the Disruptor, but in the end he didn't. And almost entire army of his did go down. But even with that, GG has to be called. Kirwolf will be taking game number 1. So yeah, nicely played there from both of our players. So the first map is going to the Terra. And we are now getting ready for map number 2. Welcome to game number 2 of our best of 5 finals of today's tournament. As in the bottom left corner of Alcione, Alcione, I don't know. The Al. It is our blue Protoss player representing Team Void and Poland. It is Kasperos. And on the other side of the map, we have our red Terran playing, also representing Poland. It is Cure Waffle. Ooh, as this time, Cure Waffle going for something cheeky. We have the single racks being proxied on the west of the map. Kasperos does not know about this yet, although he did send a probe across the map. I don't think he has seen yet. Yeah, he went to see the base. So I guess he's checking if the barracks are anywhere around, and he did send a probe exactly where the location is, so he found the proxy. So at least this part is successful. And we see how much Cure Waffle will commit. He is making that one Reaper, but that may be all that he goes for. At the same time, he is preparing the transition at home. He is getting the factory. Just, you know, just a scouting Reaper. Some pro players do that, where they build the racks across the map just to make that single Reaper, you know, so it can get to the other base quicker and they just progress with the game as usual. But we do see that there is a second Reaper on the way as well. I mean, this one is already getting quite a lot of damage. 4 probes already done. For a single Reaper, that's a quite good score. And if that's how much a single Reaper can do, what can do too. It looks like this one won't be quite as successful, as it is being chased by a ghost. And by ghost I mean an adept. So that will be it for the time being. The barracks is slowly coming back home. As we give a quick shout out to Jadol for subscribing for 29 months in a row. Quack. Thank you, Jadel, for subscribing. Also, thank you for those who don't know, if you are one of the first Quacker enthusiasts. Jadel is the person who has coded the widget that you can see under our stream, which automatically counts how many first Quackers everybody redeemed. So if you are into the rankings, thank Jadel for making that little extension for Twitch. As we have our Terran Cure Waffle sending two Cyclones across the map. Something that Kasperos is definitely not ready for. He has these 2 Stalkers and an Adept, but I don't think that's a big enough army to fight 2 Cyclones if guided properly. Especially since he doesn't seem to expect it at all. They are coming from an angle from the main base, while Kasperos is ready for a frontal attack. We're boosting straight into the mineral line, and the probes are immediately starting to fall forwardly down. The rest has to evacuate. The first Stalker warping even going down, and the Medivac just barely escapes as well. Really good control there from Cure Waffle, and nice bit of damage. Catsperos, meanwhile, going for the charge. So the War Prince is already in production, so once again we will be seeing those Zealot Tramvies at every chance possible. We'll see if he will have the chance, because I mean, Kuroko has a solid army. He already has a tank out, he has those Cyclones. There's some bio army, not a lot of it, but it's coming. That's when Catsperos decides to move across the map. See if he can deal some damage with these adepts, or at the very least, you know, keep Kuroko on his side of the map. But he sees the tank and he knows that's probably not a good idea. At the same time, the Cyclones of Kuroko are once again moving out in the Medivac. But at the same time, we have another job getting prepared to stand from a Protoss. The Stalkers on the front are really a distraction. They're just making sure that Kuroko pays attention to the front of his natural, while at the same time the War Priest will have a straight path into the main. But before that happens, all these probes are in danger. The shield battery definitely helps a lot, as none of them has fallen down. But they had to be pulled off the mineral line. Oh, and once again, just barely, the Medivac escapes. Stalkers are being chased down by the entire army of Kuroko. Even the Cyclones are trying to join in. Maybe not the best idea with that Medivac, but at the same time the Zealots are now moving in. Vikings are now chasing away that War Prince. It will still try to get some Zealots into the main, and 2 Zealots will go in, but that is it for this time. Well, actually the Zealot is being left alone with all of these SCVs, so a lot of them will be going down before the Zealot is taken down. 6 in total. Kuroko moving out, but they will join the entire army of Protoss here. It's mostly Gateway army, but we do have 2 Immortals as well. Well, it's no match for all of this bio. The Immortals may be nice, maybe even bust a tank, but tanks are well protected. The War Priest at the same time tries to provide a distraction, tries to get some Zealot in, but the main army is taking a lot of damage. Tanks are definitely putting a lot of hurt on this Protoss army. The shield batteries definitely help, but not with all of this firepower, not with this DPS coming from the bio army. You know, the shield batteries can only help you so long. They also run out of energy. Then these units will be all on their own. We have our first Colossus on the way. Oh, sorry, second Colossus. The first one is already with the army. It will definitely help, but there are a lot of tanks here and a lot of Marauders, and there's not much to support this Colossus, really. Like, some probes will be going down, but I mean, that's really good. The Terran army is marching forward. The Colossus is pretty much alone, and it does get sniped. GG is called. Kuroko is now up 2-0. GG, very strong play then from Kirwofu. Asperus tried, you know, he did what he really excels at, which is he did like try to pull him apart with the Zealot runbys, but Kirwofu didn't fall for that. He actually did manage to get some to you know, just get the title. Update that true. Let me fix that. Thank you, chat. The title has not now been fixed. As one of our players has asked for a little bit of break. Which is definitely very understandable. We have two really nice games from both of our players. And, you know, the next game may decide this series. Kirwofu is currently on match point. He only needs 3 wins, which means he only needs 1 more. We are waiting for our next map to be revealed. And then we're going to Golden Aura. And welcome to game number 3 of our best of 5 series. In the bottom right corner we have our blue Protoss representing Team Void and Poland. It is Kasperos. And on the other side of the map, currently on match point, we have our red Terran player, also from Poland. It is Kirwofu. Kasperos going for some early scout, just to make sure nothing out of ordinary is going on the side of Kirwofu's. He has proxied him before. But we see that nothing wrong is going on. Just the regular. The SCV may be going down, but it will not stop the production of the tracks. Even 2 SCVs coming down to help out their friend. Looks like we will have a bit of a more standard game. No, Reaper from one side, Nexus Cybercore from the other side. Wall on the run, all the usual. The ram I need creep. Look, it's late. It's Mob is still trying to harass the workers, but the Reaper will be able to deal with it. We once again have the Twilight Council on the way, I assume. We will be going for Blink from the side of Casperos. Well, we have 2 racks on the side of the Waffle. Bit of a 1-1, I assume. Maybe something a bit more aggressive. Already an eBay on the way, and we have a third Rax as well, so we are definitely going for aggression this time. Adab is moving across the map. We will see it will be able to scout what is going on. It does prove with the Reaper on the way. The Marines are prepared, but we'll see if maybe the Adept can sneak in. Shade is not quite ready. Will be getting in, but no, the wall is up in time and Casperos does not get the information. Does not know that there are in fact 3 Raxes, all set and ready. Together with the +1 as well. Attempt at the scout, but still the wall is so. Oh, actually, the Shade gets in and he sees the army, he sees the second Rax. I don't think he saw anything more, but he knows that something is going on. There's a lot of army there from the Terran. Casperos is putting down more gateways of his own. He will have a 4 in total. Getting his shield batteries as well prepared. He's not warping the units quite yet. The Reaper is being dealt with. An Immortal is coming out, which I guess will help with the Marauders a bit. But just a bit. Combat shield is on the way, as is Steam as well. Casper is trying to intercept the attack, but he actually misses the army completely and goes straight for the natural. But now that he sees that nothing is here, he recalls to base immediately. He knows that a strong push is coming from the Terran. The third base is very ambitious, but Kiriwafu decides to focus on the front. Decent force speed, stop the Terran for now, but the third Nexus is forced to be cancelled. First Colossus is coming out now. That will definitely help if whatever Terran is putting out. As a reminder, we're only now just making Medivacs, so there's no support for this army yet. The Terran has sacrificed that support for the bio in favor of getting more army quickly. He has a lot of Marauders, but he didn't really do a lot across the map. The Protoss was able to eventually take that third base. It was delayed, it was cancelled, but they were able to take that base eventually. have a double drop coming from the Terran. It may be spotted by the watchtower, just barely. Just barely. The medivacs are not quite able to slip by, and the entire Protoss army is there to respond. The blink in, and one of the medivacs just barely goes down. It was a really nice clean snipe from Kasperos. So definitely great minimap awareness. Kasperos working on Storm. Storm will definitely be helpful against this Bio army, although a lot of it is Marauders, but still. Always helpful to have more AoE. It's also good because while Kasperos may be focusing on Colossus, like there are already Vikings coming out, so those Colossi would be in danger. So it's definitely better to have a variety of options, because if one of them gets taken down, he still has the other. About weird sounds. There's another one. Where is it? Calm down the weird sound. Is it this? I can't hear it. Oh well. Scouting Marine checks on the army of Kasperos. A scan confirms what is going on. We have 2 Colossi in this army. We have a few Immortals, a few Sentries. The High Templars are full energy as well. The Dark Shine is coming down. Kasperos feels confident enough to move out. Oh, these High Templars are very much in the back though. Has to be careful not to accidentally lose them. At the same time, Kasperos doing what he knows best. He's sending the Dwarves across the map. I assume he will be warping into Zealot soon. Looks like the Warpers might have been spotted, and the army will try to respond to the threat. Unfortunately, the Warpiece goes down to the turrets. It's not quite able to escape. Kasperos misses a bit of a window of distraction that he could have used there, but at the same time, this is a very scary position to move into. Nonetheless, he will try. Let's try. He has this Guardian Shield. The EMP lands right in the middle, though all of the High Templars are out of energy. There will be no storms anytime soon. The Vikings are moving in as well. Another EMP does land. And the Protoss army has to move back. At the same time, we have a whole warping of TTs dealing with the base at the top. again, Protoss will try to attack it again. Hirofu has a lot of Marauders in this army. This is mostly Marauder army. But still, it's just enough that he has a few AMPs, and half of the army of Kasparov suddenly is useless. He has so many High Templars with all these storms. He's not able to use them, it's just dead supply. And we are getting a few storms off, very nice storms on the entire army, but a lot of the army does survive, even though it's in the red, it's able to focus the entire army of Kasparov. The High Templars are forced to morph into the Archons, but all of the Colossi are out. At the same time, another warping into the main base of Pure Waffles. 17 probes go down, but so does the warping, and it's definitely costly. Another warping getting prepared for another run by. There is a planetary though, so it won't be nearly as effective as it used to be. In the production. 2 are currently in with the army, and we'll see if that's enough to fend off this entire Terran force. There are a lot of ghosts, a lot of EMPs that can fall down on this army. That's it. 1 EMP falls. Still, it didn't hit the High Templars. We have some storms. One of them is just zoning the army, not ideal. Vikings are actually sneaking by through the back, and they're getting the Colossi after Colossi. The main Terran army is moving forward as well. Only 1 Colossus left. All of them are now down. The High Templars are still standing, but they don't have a lot of energy anymore. Kasparov uses the distraction to take the gold base at the bottom, and he should be able to keep it, as it doesn't look like Hirofu quite ventures around the map to, you know, count down potential warping locations or anything like that. But every time they engage in battle, Kasparov loses all of the Colossi, and that's a costly trade. Costly trade that can definitely snowball us. You know, it takes time to rebuild all of this, and Hirofu is ready. He has his Vikings, he has the entire army, and he's just marching forward. Nice EMP landing on most of the army. Still a few High Templars have the energy, and they can get some nice storm going. But it's a very awkward angle. Shield batteries are definitely helping. Nice storm there on the Ghost, but not quite enough to deal with them. Scanned the gold base, he now knows that it exists. Kasparov will try his best to defend this bottom side of the map. Positions his army, he tries to go for the offensive. We see if he's able to do that. There's still a lot of ghosts. At the same time, he's running these DTs into the base at the top, but again, the planetary is stopping the attack. Nice little cancel there. Definitely a small win for Kasparov. Also scouting the Medivac as they fly right by the warping point. Another time attack, very nice storm on most of the army. using the distraction, as at the same time Kiroko is dropping on the new base. That was a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Sounding Storm. Right, the drop is still going. It's currently at one of the, I think that's a third base or maybe a fourth of Kasperos. The frontal base is under attack, but there is enough warpings to defend it. But at the same time, the main army is flashed. Storms are blanketing the bio army, and a lot of it will be falling down. Once again, making that Nexus on the east, but now the gold base is in danger. Few waffles know about its existence, and the army of the Protoss is not here in time, despite the Xel'Naga vision. It takes a while to rotate here, but it looks like the armies will clash nonetheless. The ghosts are on the front. The storms are zoning out the army, but it's not enough. The EMPs are landing on a lot of the front. Oh, actually Kasperos destroying the gate. Not sure if it was fully intentional, but it definitely does help with the pathing. All the ghosts are in one place. If he could land one juicy storm on all of those ghosts, that would be beautiful. He's managed to land some feedbacks and some storms, but not that with all the ghosts. Now that was a juicy storm there. More reinforcements from the Terran are coming. The Protoss has to fight up around, which is not ideal. The shields are not fully regenerated yet, despite the shield batteries being around, but there are not a lot of Vikings either. But now, most of the High Templars are out of energy, out of shields. The fight is becoming truly rough. Same time as once again, the Zealots have found a way into the bases. They skipped over the planetary and they are getting damage done. Our armies are completely passing each other. Protoss sneaking around, trying to get into the base. And we'll see if Kiroko actually turns around, because, I mean, Protoss can always recall, but Terran not really. The base of the Terran is going down, but so is the Nexus of the Protoss. Are we going for a bit of a base trade here? The Natura of Kiroko is down now. And yeah, it looks like our players just want to base race here. The Terran is going forward, taking Nexus after Nexus, and Kasperos is taking the Terran bases as well. The Disruptors try to fight, but they're not able to get any connections. We just see who gets there first. Novas on the Ghost, definitely very nice, but there's still army left over. Look how many gateways are in this base. The game number 3 will be decided by a base race, it seems like. The workers are being pulled. The Terran is evacuated. The Terran has given up on the bases. Somebody in the chat asking for resources lost. They are quite even. Protoss has lost a bit more gas, but the difference is not really all that huge. Oh, the worker action, the Zealots are helping out with the defense, and looks like all of the SCVs actually will be falling down. Not sure if that was the best move by Kiroko. Yeah, as he sees himself that that's probably not gonna win him the game, and Kasperos brings back. He gets a point on the board. He's not tying up the series yet, but he definitely can do it. He will not go down 3-0. We are now loading into game number 4 of this series. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. So the first person to 3 wins will be taking the finals of Master Swan Open number 80. And in the bottom left corner we have the first of our players, the blue Protoss player representing Team Void and Poland. It is Kasperos. And on the other side of the map we have our red Terran player, also representing Poland and still on match point. It is Waffle. Seems like, as usual, we are starting from some work and harassment. Across the map, Kasperos sending out his probe to see if he can get anything done. This is cities. Neither of our players decides to go for anything too aggressive. It's getting their natural bases set up. Once again, Kasperos going for the Twilight Council as his tech of choice. Assume once again we're gonna be going for the Blink. And we'll see what Waffle goes for, because Waffle is the one who does vary his playstyle quite a bit. So once again we're going for the double racks. So, similarly to the previous game, double racks with an engineering bay. Once again, Waffle will be trying to get some damage done early on in the game, massing up some forces. Oh, is that not a wall? StarCraft walls sometimes. Looks like there will be no scouting done by the adepts. The natural is now being taken by the Terran. And the trade does continue. Maybe even able to get the SCV, but just barely does not get the SCV. Adept is cleaned up. As we are going for Sim and those Marauders. To the side of the map, we do have Blink indeed. And we have to see if Kasperos recognizes what is going on, because similarly to previous games, there will be a lot of bio coming out fast. They will have Stalkers for defense, they do have Blink. And they will have some of the shield battles as well. We will see that's enough. Like last time it did do quite a lot of damage, but it was held at the end. observer coming from Kasperos. We'll get a nice eye on the army coming up. Robobase already down as well, so the Colossus will definitely be able to come out fast. Probe is checking on the army. Observer confirms what is going on. Kiwofu's still waiting on his upgrades. The steam is about to finish. +1 is soon after. But it doesn't look like he is moving just now. He's waiting for the medevac. But at the same time, Kasperos is here with his Stalkers. It's a nice summer location. The observer is being dealt with. The bunker is full at the front, so the Stalkers can't do anything here. Two of them actually fall down in that small push. There's so many Marauders here, and the Stalkers cannot really contest with that. And now Kiwofu is ready to move out. The medivacs are about to be done, so that army will have support soon as well. Kasperos used the time to take a third base, but was not really the best decision. The first Colossus is out, we have an Immortal as well, and a Sentry. We will see how it goes though. The Colossus is being focused down and falls down immediately. The Medivac is here to support the units. The shield battery will help the Protoss in defense. Pickup saves the Terran army and it will be ready to drop it in the main base. At the same time, some reinforcements are coming from the front to meet, so there will be a distraction ready. The main is now under attack. The SCVs, the probes are completely defenseless. The entire army is on the front. And the production is in danger. Fortunately, not an Artosis pylon, so only some of it is now unpowered. But it's the important one. It's the Colossi not coming out. No! Kasperos, stay with us! Ah! Oh, it looks like something must have happened to the connection of Kasperos as he is slowly timing out. It's very unfortunate, but we do have the technology. We will be resuming this from replay as soon as Kasperos is back. Unfortunately, Kasperos this time out. Something happened with the connection, and we will be resuming as soon as Kasperos is back. It looks like he is still offline, so having some technical difficulties, so we'll take this chance to take a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back. We are now recovering the replay. As a reminder, Kasperos did drop out unfortunately, but it's okay. We're able to recover the game and we'll be starting just when we finished. You can see on our screen right now, neither of the players can see anything that's happening on the map. The replay is just catching up to where we were, and that's where the players will be starting right in. Okay. Okay, both of our players are ready, so let's start. And we are back into action. As a reminder, there was that drop into the main bases of Kasperos. Some of the production got unpowered, including this robo base or robo facility with the Colossus. But other than that, he was able to fend off the Terran army. That's definitely not the ending of the aggression though, as there will be more coming. He is scouting the Terran base. He sees that there's definitely a lot of production going on. Still a lot of bio coming. But actually, now that I say that, Kurofu is actually not producing anything from the racks. He's focusing on building the production itself, but not getting all that many units right now. Okay, now that's funny. We have two Colossus with different skins. I assume that's because of the resuming from replay. That's so interesting. So I assume the Colossus that's in the regular skin was the one that was already made before we resumed. It's a very weird little bug. But now that Colossus is special. Oh, Kasperos taking a cheeky fourth base here. Interesting. And we'll see if that pays off, because the Terran army is already going towards him. The Colossus are in danger. The Vikings are focusing them down. One of them will fall down. The rest are still standing, but without the Colossus, this army is not quite as strong. The High Templars are forced to morph into an Archon. 6 pros already falling down. That ambitious base will be cancelled. See, people don't usually have the time to look at the buildings, appreciate all the animations. I don't know why, but it just looks like it fits here on this map. Anyway, Kasperos sending another scout, checking what is up. He will see that the ghost will be on the way, and with the upgrades too. Still morphing more High Templars. Storm is still on the way, it's not quite ready yet. We have an empty medibag. Not sure if that was intentional. Yeah, it is going home now. I guess it was following that single marine. Once again, Kasperos will try an offense. We'll see if he can fight through this. There's a lot of Marauders in their army. There are ghosts now as well. He warps the High Templars into Archons. He's not really hoping to get any storms done. He still has some sentries that will definitely be useful. Oh, the armies could be passing each other, but the Terran does spot the Protoss. One of the ghosts is going a bit too far forward. And will be punished for it. It's like sheep, there's black ones and golden ones. Yes, you heard it here first. Colossus are like sheep. Look how fluffy they are. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, you know? Different colors of Colossus. Ah, okay. My bad. I haven't fixed the score, but it is now all good. Another attempt here is Kasperos tries to sneak in the Zealots. Nice distraction. The main army scratch. The Zealots are getting into the natural. Nice little disruption Nova getting on top of the Marauders. The rest of them unfortunately not as lucky. The Vikings are really focused on getting the Colossus and they will get one. But all of the Vikings are going down. One Colossus survived. At the same time, an entire mineral line of SCVs goes down. And unfortunately our Golden Colossus will go down as well. That's a nice EMP on the entire Protoss army. Almost entire Protoss army, maybe like half. The Disruptors are safe though. Pure Wofu decides to go for a Doom Drop. We have 4 Medivacs, full of units. And I don't think they will be spotted. They're just barely out of the vision of Kasperos. The main army is still chilling in the middle of the map. The drop will be going straight for the main, where all of the production of Kasperos is. The robots are getting unpowered, which is probably the most important structure for Kasperos right now. And the entire main base is under attack. The Robo Bay is taken down. That's very important because there's no more Colossi coming. No more Disruptors either. And while the bio eventually gets cleaned up, it will take a while before the tech is revealed. That said, we already have a lot of Disruptors, so maybe we can survive until all of that is done, but the drop is still not cleaned up. Some of the army is, but the Medivacs are still pose danger, still have some units in them. At the same time, the main army is now at the forward base again. It's a nice little trap though. This Terran army is not going home. The Disruptors though, ooh, nice shots, but the Disruptors pay for them with their life and the entire Disruptor squadron does go down, but at the same time the Terran army is gone. Nice little denial of the base there. Kirofa will not be taking the top right anytime soon. These medivacs are really low, but at the same time there's absolutely no defenses in the main base of Kasperos. So they will be able to deliver their cargo. The Disruptors are having a hard time passing across all of these gateways. But this though will be a big one. Pure Waffle losing a few of the ghosts in this attack, which is a bit unfortunate. This drop is now completely nullified. Nullified? No, neutralized. Pure Waffle taking the forward position on the base. He was not able to expand to the side. There are some zealots blocking the way. Sparrows once again trying to find a way to the Terran bases. Trying to look for a good engagement. And the armies are rotating away from each other. actually splits his forces. The Protoss army is going straight for the bases. The Ghost Academy is here as well, so that could definitely be sniped. But the Terran is not coming back. Pure Waffle is going straight for the main base, Kasperos. It's not a huge drop, but still it will do a lot of damage to the production. But at the same time, he is losing the base, he is losing the Ghost Academy as well. It looks like we're getting another base trade, it seems. Which is a little bit surprising. Pure Waffle decides that this is time to GG and Kasperos is able to tie out the series. And with that, we have our series tied all the way. It's 2-2. That sounds very fun. But anyway, it is a tie. Both players have won 2 maps. And this entire tournament will be settled by this one game. This is the last game of the tournament, the last game of this best of 5 finals. And it will be played on Crimson Court. Cheerleader. And we will be rolling into Crimson Court for the final game of this best of 5, for the decider of who will be the winner of Master Swan Open number 80. And as we have our players here in the bottom left corner of Crimson Court, it is the blue Protoss player representing Team Void and Poland. It is Kasperos. And on the other side of the map we have our red Terran player also representing Poland. It is Pure Waffle. I do wonder where his name comes from. Why is he a waffle? And what is he a cure for? Or is he like a waffle that's like shaped like the player cure? There's again some probe harassment going on. Worker on worker action. Not disrupting Q Waffle very much though. He's able to switch the workers almost seamlessly. And across the map, Kasperos building his production very close to the Nexus, keeping the SimCity very tight. Not building on the Reaper ramp. I mean, there are 2 Reaper cliffs, so it would not really help all that much. So instead opting to build close to the Nexus. And getting his natural as well. Prob just overseeing the works. trying its best to hide in the bushes. Unfortunately, it is a blue probe, not a red probe, so not ideal cover, but to let it survive a little bit longer. Wild Cancel on the way for Kasperos. I assume, judging by the last game, by the previous games in general, it will be Blink. Will this probe actually get the CV? Won't kill it, but it does get the delay of the CC, which is very nice. It's not a huge delay, but it's still a delay, so it definitely counts. For first adept on the way. Blink is now being researched. Cure's chef? Eh, sure, yeah. Maybe he's cooking for Cure. Reaper is now getting a nice little scout into the base. Everything that he wants to see. The Adept was not quite so lucky, couldn't get into the main base of the Terran. Now we have these two adepts going across the map, but there is already an army prepared. I would be very surprised if they are able to sneak by and get some harassment done. So I assume it will be just a scouting. They actually get straight into the main base, so that's some nice bits of scouting done, and with nice positioning as well. They're gonna get at least the 3 workers, maybe a 4th one? Not quite. Meanwhile, we have a Liberator on the way from Kiwoko. I assume that soon we will have that attack. Meanwhile, at home, Katspirit only has this one stalker. All of his gateways are currently being transformed, so he's not able to warp in anything yet. The robo has finished though. Yeah, that's a big army for 5 stalkers to face. When with Payfrag Micro, this will not be an easy battle. Already getting some damage on the Liberator, which is definitely nice. It's a key component of this army. And still, the Cyclones pack quite a lot of damage on the Stalkers. The SCVs are there to help with the repairs. The Stalkers are focusing the Cyclones this time, and they take one of them down. Immortal is now out, which will definitely help with the defense. And Kiroko decides that this is enough for now. The Robo Bay is now done for the Protoss. We will be getting the AoE, we will be getting the Colossi or the Disruptors, or probably both. Starting with Colossi at first. Liberator is on the mission. So you can find some damage. The main is completely exposed. There are no stalkers there. There are no shield batteries. The shield batteries help against Liberators anyway. We should be able to get at least a bit close. But nice pull from Kasperos as well. Only one probe is left and the stalkers will take the hit. In the end, all of the probes are saved. Very nicely done. Good quick reactions. Kiwaku scans the base, continues scouting the things down the road. He knows the boss had come. Gasperos getting the pylons across the map is nice. You know? Watchtowers, essentially, spotting the army coming across. Duopo on that Firax production is now ready for another offensive. He has a lot of marauders, a lot of marines. Actually, this is mostly marine army. Marines, a few tanks, a few cyclones. Nothing major yet. Also, there's like a water sound on this one. Constant. I need to know where it's coming from. I think it's just the lava. There's like a water sound. Yes. Raptors are now on the way as Chihuahua is preparing a drop. 2 full multivacs are going across the map. Burrows has that army on the front, but what does he have in the main? He does have the stalkers, so they are standing watch, and they may be able to stop at least one of the medivacs. They will be able to spot it in time. The Medivac boosts in, but they see what's happening and they decide to go for the third base instead, but the entire Protoss army is here. One of the Medivac gets sniped, the other one is able to escape with most of its load. 2 probes to go down. Oh, it's so close to going down, but it's able to hide away just barely. Protoss is moving across the map. We have 2 Colossi with his army and an Immortal. Marine squad is dealing with the pylon. And they will also be alerted to this army. You know, on the side of the terrain we have tanks. We have a lot of Vikings. Spurs trying to take this forward base. Vikings are sharking around for some damage. 2 Colossi are very juicy and they're focusing one of them. Another Colossi does go down. The rockets are trying to blink forward, but there are a lot of times. Novas will be able to take care of one of them, but that's about it. Vikings have done their job, there are no more Colossi in the start. There are a lot of disruptors, but the Terran has dealt with all of the Colossi. That's this ground army. There are no Colossi being made either, it's just disruptors all the way. Silmor should cast 2, so it's still very high. Still said he is up for joining us for some of this. He just cannot really commit to do this regularly, so you know, whenever he has time, he will be able to join here. At least for the amateur events, for sure. So, you know, look forward to getting sick sometimes soonish. When is it gonna be? I cannot tell, but he was willing to try. As we have a nice run by here, actually taking the entire planetary here with the DTs. At the same time, the main armies are engaged. And some Novas going around, some hallucinated Archons on the front with tank damage, which is very nice. The Liberators are sieging on. Yeah, a lot of the units are being caught in the siege. It's actually not that much from the Protoss anymore. But there are still these looming DTs. It does feel quite funny to see the entire squadron of disruptors just move out. Are trying to stick around. It looks like they're just barely trying to get around the army, but they won't be able to. The DTs though, they have a better chance. They are not scanned. They sneak right past this army. Not only do they alert Kasperos that it's coming, but they're able to harass on the side of the map. At the same time, the Liberators are sieging onto the base. The entire base will be razed to the ground. Kasperos cannot really do anything with that. But he is buying time for some harassment, as the SCVs will fall down to the Zealots on one side, the DTs on the other. The base has to be evacuated. I believe the CC was also destroyed, or at least oh, actually, some of the SCVs of Cure Waffle hit all the way on the other side of the map. That's very cool. These chapters are dealing with the boom drop. It's still a lot in the air. A lot of the Vikings are not really ready, but they are being dealt with by the stalkers. They're actually not landing, not using the damage. At the same time, it looks like Kuroko is more focused on dodging these helicopters. That's definitely bad. The drone mode is still going though. Without the support, the stalkers themselves cannot really do much. Nice bonus. The army of Pure Waffle is in the main base of Kasperos. Kasperos is trying to get back in, but you know it's not really easy to squeeze this entire Protoss army through the City. But GG is called, Kasperos holds, and he will be the winner of Master Swan Open number 80. GG to Kasperos. You know, the start of the series didn't really go his way, but over time he was really able to turn the series around. And in the end, he takes the series 3-2. Very nicely done. Very solid games from Kasperos. A lot of aggressive games, mind you. He has played quite a lot of aggressive styles today, but also some solid macro games, so very nicely done. So that's our bracket for today. And let me update the score real quick. So once again, congratulations to Kasperos, and also shout out to Q Waffles, because he also played some really solid games. I was quite impressed with his play. With a lot of plays that I think the thing about Q Waffles is that he brought us a lot of different playstyles. Like we got some mech, we got some, you know, full aggression terrain, we got some like more like macro terrain. So he did bring a lot of different styles, and he looked pretty good in most of them. So definitely nice, some some nice variety there, and it was really cool to see. And if you would like to see yourself in one of these tournaments, that as a reminder, those are monthly tournaments. Master Swan Open is a monthly tournament, so there will be a next edition in May. As a reminder, this is a tournament for master players up to 4.7 KMMR. We also have a second tournament, the Duckling Open, which is up to Diamond. So Diamond players, Diamond and below, also a monthly. So those are 2 amateur tournaments every month. So if you are interested in playing those, then make sure to follow us on Twitter, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky. We are CranKy Ducklings everywhere, if the character limit allowed. We also have a Discord, so all the updates, like the socials are mostly for like the big announcement, like the signups going live. But if you want to keep up to date with all the news that are coming out, then make sure that you are part of the Discord as well. Oh, sorry, I'm being distracted. Also, oh my god. Shout out to Light for adminning this entire tournament and definitely not trying to distract me in the background, because as a fun fact, the tournament may have sounded a little bit different than usual, because I am actually using Light's setup for streaming. So, I hope everything was quite alright. I have to cut off the distractions. But I will be closing this soon, as we are about to start then another tournament. We will be now casting the 2v2 tournament organized by OSC for the OSC Elite members. So if you want some 2v2 craziness as well as some light casting, then make sure you tune in. And for now, I will be saying goodbye. If you want to follow me, make sure to check out the Twitter at 16squads and Twitch at 16squadsanseki, as well as the Discord. Mostly the Discord. I'm in Discord a lot. So if you want to follow me, make sure to check out the stuff I post there. Other than that, thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. And I will see you for the next amateur tournament on the cast. And in the chat for every tournament that CranKy Ducklings cast. Also today, Eric and Tolan are playing in EPT Americas, so make sure to check that as well. And with that, I will be closing real soon because the tournament is already on. So I'll see you guys next time. Bye!
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night. Welcome back to the OSC Esports 2v2 Cup number 2. A very special event here. And a big shout out, of course, Sakura. A big shout out for covering the MSO, the Master Swan Open, earlier today. And now we're catching up here with something a little bit different, something special, a 2v2 event instead. I do apologize if some of the graphics look a little bit off, or the title as well. That will be worked on and that will be fixed up momentarily, so do not worry. It's all gonna get back under wraps soon here. Just very quickly diving on in. Again, the event did run a little bit longer than we assumed. I'm talking about Master Swan Open. So this tournament started an hour ago. Did begin an hour ago. So we're doing our best to catch up, and spawning in the top. Oh god. Spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top right, we have his teammate. We have Demi. Oh my god. Okay, Demi and Night Phoenix is going to be working together here in the top right hand corner. Towards the bottom left, we have instead Mixu and Hydra. They do pose another team together as well. So the observing is going to be a little bit awkward here for game number 1. Will be fixed for the following games. Do not worry. Just again, things are just a little bit awkward and a little bit messed up for now, but again, we will be getting on top of that as soon as we can. We'll be trying to fix that as soon as possible. But for game number 1, we'll do what we can. And it looks like we already start things off here with Mixu going for a gold base. Okay, gold base being taken here by our Zerg player, going from the main as well over on the right hand side. I was told to be ready for what's to come, as we're going to be seeing some nonsense. 2v2 is not the most standard of matchups, not the most standard of formats here whatsoever. So I'm ready. I'm excited for what is to come. Likewise, you have hold on. Likewise, we do also have our setup here across the map. We do see Night Phoenix getting into his 2-gate opener. Likewise, we have Demi going for a hatch gas pull. Oh no, my apologies. Going to be going for a delayed hatchery here into a faster gas geyser, into a faster spawning pool instead. Okay, interesting choice here from Demi, and so far we'll see if we can punish Mixu. Looking at the vision here, Demi has yet to confirm, has yet to scout, does get eyes on lack of expansion. That is a bit of a tell, and he's now going to be moving out with his Lings. Likewise, though, we have a lot of tech on the way. We have a Robo on the horizon here from Hydra. Is looking to go for one base all in. This screams, yep, one base all in here. We have 3 gateways set up. We have a Robo, we have a Prism on the way. A lot of firepower here available from the side of Hydra. Meanwhile, Mixu, I imagine, going for a Bane Bust. Going for just a Ling flood across the map. Baneliness is on the way here from the side of Demi. Adepts are moving out across the map as we speak. Looks like we will hit this gold base. We do have some Lings and Queens to defend. Is that going to be enough? Sorry, my apologies. That was Hydra's Adepts coming in to defend. I'm loving the team cohesion here from Hydra as well as Mixu. As we do dive in, we do have the Adepts, of course, in position. Ling's going to be flooding on forward as well. Can we defend? Can we hold? Lings, they do almost get us around here. They do threaten it. They do threaten this around. They are going to be forced back. Again, we're flooding Lings out of here, and Mixu has a massive advantage with his Ling count. Shuts down the Adepts, moves out across the map. We move out across the map here. And it looks like with their reinforcements, Demi and Night Phoenix, they should be able to hold on. They should be able to survive as they force this back. But here come the Stalkers. You spoke about the one base all in at a Hydra. Now he comes in with his Stalkers. And now it's not about the Lings. It's not about Mixu. Now it's about Hydra instead. The all-in has arrived. The Queen is going to be focused down. Good target firing on that. Bailing, very nicely done. The Bailing is a focus, and we have reinforcements on the way. We have Adepts on the horizon here, and Hydra looks like he's breaking through the defensive line. We have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, but alas, Night Phoenix will not have enough to defend. It looks like we do force back the army, but now Demi's exposed. Demi, don't like this. We break on through into the main base. We're going to surround here on the Stalkers. They're going down one after the other. And again, Night Phoenix and Demi, they just do not have enough. The all-ins are just hitting it a little bit too strong here. Night Phoenix trying to hold on as best he can on his own. Demi trying to reinforce. He's on 3 hatcheries, that's true, but he doesn't have an economy. He's barely got any larva. Queens have already gone down. Boys are being pulled, and it looks like Hydra and Mixu, they're snowballing out of control. The overcharge was putting in some work, to be fair. Was putting in some work. And yeah, we finally get back into the main base of Demi. We cripple the economy. He has no mining here at the natural, no mining at the third, and no mining in the main base. Zero economy here. We do force a recall though. Oh, that was actually a recall of Night Phoenix. He had to recall the hell out of the surround. Night Phoenix, he's holding, he's surviving, Fab. He can help feed Demi, true. Can transfer some minerals. But it's turning into it's turning into 1v2. That's what it's turning into here. Again, Demi has nothing left. It's all on Night Phoenix. And Night Phoenix barely has anything to begin with as well. Down to a 1 base economy, his natural base completely compromised. No mining here whatsoever. No mining as Lings, they flood in once again. And it's a numbers game at this point. I mean, Night Phoenix can share control with Demi. They can try to micro together, which is really cool to see. But again, it looks like we are forcing back the army. Good juggling here by Hydra, preserving his units, keeping them alive. And despite the fact that I would say that Mixu and Hydra as a composition here are a little bit less favored compared to a composition like Demi and Night Phoenix, but there it is. GG gets pulled, and Mixu and Hydra, they take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. So again, we do need a moment to set things up on our end, but regardless, game 1 is taken here by our duo of Night Phoenix and Demi. Sorry, of Mixu and Hydra. Mixu slash Hydra. Beautiful. One moment here. Try to fix things up. Unfortunately, yeah, there's... we'll do our best, Matt. We'll do our best. Okay, we're getting into game number 2. Going to be on Overgrown Facility. Again, we don't really get to cover too much 2v2 nowadays. Too many 2v2 events, so I do appreciate jumping into this. Night Phoenix / Demi. Beautiful. We have our duos. And as a reminder, both semifinals are going to be casted. We're going to be covering the upper semifinals thereafter. First lower, then the upper, then the grand finals as well. Oh, let's go. And now we can observe. It's beautiful. Because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player. We have Night Phoenix alongside his teammate, alongside the Indian Zerg player, Demi. And together, they are... Me. There you go. Or Demnix. We'll figure it out. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opposing team. We have the duo of Hydra alongside Mixu. Together, they're Hymix. Or Mixtra. Mixtra? Maybe. Here we go, and again, Hydra and Mixu, they are up 1-0 in this series. They were able to pull off a nasty all-in in that previous game. Again, Mixu was able to make use of the gold base. Hydra went for a 1 base all-in himself, and they did overwhelm. But now we're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Overgrown Facility, and now we can take a moment here to appreciate the map a little bit. Now, this map is unique in the sense where our 2 players are on their own. As opposed to the previous map, we do see both players, both Mixu and Hydra, for example, they are separated by each other. They're not sharing the main like they were in the previous game. So it is easier to gang up on one player than it was on the previous map. So we can gang up, we can overwhelm, we can try to focus down one player, then the other. That is a scary thing here about this map. There is a singular ramp leading in towards this 3-base setup, but again, we are quite spread out here. The upside is that, you know, both players have their own pocket bases. We have a pocket base here for Mixu, we have a pocket base here for Hydra. We have likewise pocket third bases as well that are also well defended, at least for the player on the right-hand side. Player on the left is having a little bit of a harder time, as Mixu once again goes for the gold. Oh my god. We are rushing into that goal base once again. Mixo, it looks like this might be the same build 2 games in a row for both players. Meanwhile, how will Demi and Night Phoenix respond? How will they react? How will they react? As we are just going to be setting up. And for now, it's just going to be a standard opener from our blue Zerg player. It's going to be a hatch gas pull out of Demi. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix is going for his own gate expand as well. I mean, these more greedy openers make sense because of how defendable these natural bases are, because they are pocket bases. But at the same time, there's that ping. Demi and Night Phoenix are now aware of the goal base. Once again, can they stop Mixu as he is main-arting over immediately? Oh boy. The meta is here. The 2v2 meta rushing into the gold. And again, can this even be punished? Can this be punished? As for now, the goal base is getting up and running. We do have a Twilight Council here from Hydra. Hydra's expanding, so he's not going for the all-in. Okay. So Hydra, he is transitioning. Meanwhile, we do see a Bane Nest from Demi. Looks like a Bane bust. Does look like a Bane bust. We have a third base on the way. I believe that's going to be for Larva. Demi staying on a lower drone count. Looking at the droning here, Demi, he's on 24. Sticking on 24 for the time being. Making an extra 2. Bane Nest is now done. Meanwhile, we have a Stargate here from Night Phoenix. So we're going to try and rush into Skytoss. That's the question. Meanwhile, Mix already working on these rocks. Demi does not have eyes on this. Uh-oh. That's a bit of a mistake. Demi, his Overlord is a little bit out of position. He does not see the rocks. Not yet, but now he moves in. Dark Shrine from Hydra. Okay, Twilight Council not into Blink, not into Charge, but into a Dark Shrine. DT is going to be on the way. Hallucination Scout moves out. Rocks have been spotted. Now Demi knows. And we need Lings. We need Banelings. We need an army in position to save this third base. Demi hasn't been too greedy. There we go. He's rotating over, getting in position. Does end up rotating over, and here we go. The rocks are going to be knocked down. Night Phoenix does come in with a reinforcing Void Ray. Does come in with the Void Ray. Lings, they do actually rotate around towards Night Phoenix instead. Does wall off. quick moves out of Night Phoenix. Does wall off in time. Void Rays are continuing to amass. Still only one Stargate here for Night Phoenix. No other tech. Not yet. I'm a little bit concerned. Just focusing on Void Ray production. Meanwhile, across the map, Lings, they do get in. They manage to get one drone. Hilarious on the way. Mixu is droning, by the way. He's saturating his goal base. It's getting fully operational. Now saturating his third. I believe Mixu does take an economic lead. He does, compared to Demi. As Demi, he's been amassing Lings. He's moving out for his own counterattack. Can Demi punish Mixu? This goal base is so exposed. And we do go for it. We dive into that third base. Lings are here to defend. Banelings are on the way. Banelings are in production. Void Rays, they come into support. They do focus on the Banelings. Good pickups here by Night Phoenix. Does get 3 of them, but 3 are going to finish. Night Phoenix going for the Stalkers. Banelings do roll in. A good control here to Demi. Does avoid disaster. And the Void Rays, once again, they focus down those Banelings. Now Demi, he can go in. He can dive. He gets a queen. Good force fields, gets a queen. Maybe gets a sentry as well. Doesn't quite get it. But last Mixu will lose the gold. So good pick up here by Demi and Night Phoenix. Very well done. Good teamwork so far. DT gets across the map. Ooh, and DT gets into the main. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Demi down to 30 workers. Base is under fire here by these Dark Templars. Do we have detection? Do we have a lair? Okay, we do have a lair. This base getting very, very low. Where is the detection? Revelation does land. Get the revelation on the DT. Looks like the main base is going to be saved. Spores repositioning, but that is going to be a kill on the third base. At the same time across the map, Hydra defends. Hydra, he defends. Mixu loses his third. So does Demi. On top of that, Mixu has a higher drone count. Demi falling further behind. I do want to give the edge to our purple Zerg player here as we're waddling into the main base with a handful of Banelings. We're getting in. Up. Oh my god. We almost do. Whew. In the end, Demi and Night Phoenix will hold. They do hold for now. Mixu, meanwhile, getting into Hydra. Okay, Ling, Bane, Hydra here out of Mixu. DTs once again waddle in. Do we not have an Overseer? We don't have an Overseer! Do we not have a Lair? Ooh, it looks like we may have lost our Lair as well. Lair just now on the way for Demi. I could have sworn we had a Lair earlier. I may have mistook Mixu's Lair. Nice revelation. Again, teamwork here between Night Phoenix and Demi. We do defend, we do hold on. Meanwhile, here across the map, more Stalkers are amassing here. We do see Hydra transitioning into Blink Stalkers. Still on 2 bases, but he does have access to a 3rd, and his 3rd base is going to be left really uncontested. Mixu and Hydra not looking too bad. Not looking too bad here. We are just going to be settling in. Meanwhile, as I say that, oh my god. Oracles, they did slip in. Just pulling away the attention of Hydra. Goal base is being retaken as we speak by Mixu. The game is settling down here for a moment. And I've been focusing a lot here on all these other players, but Night Phoenix, he was amassing Void Rays earlier. He still is, by the way. And now we're transitioning. We're getting into triple Stargate Phoenix production as well as Colossi. Okay, interesting. And Colossus on the way, Mass Phoenix alongside it. A very interesting composition. It's very high-tech. It's almost like a mech style of Protoss with Mass Robo and Skytoss units. Very interesting. Very interesting here. Here we go. We do see Hydra moving out. Does move out. Ooh, big stasis here on the Stalkers. Very nicely done by Night Phoenix. Another stasis going on for the Hydras as well. With that, we do take the fight. We can chase this down. We do see Mixu and Hydra fighting with half their armies. Hydra being cleaned up. We do have Demi late to the party though. This is a 1v2. Despite how amazing the stasis traps were, again, Demi not where he needed to be, now comes in and now will support, but it's too late and Night Phoenix, he crumbles. And Night Phoenix on his own cannot keep up, bleeds out too much. Yeah, we're diving on top of the ridges, diving on top of the averages again. Demi needs to be here so much sooner. We needed him, Pappy. Did need him. Did need him, alas. Oh god. Yeah, alas, it's just too much. GG gets called, and Mixu and Hydra will take the series 2-0. GG. Aye. Okay, I'm back. I do apologize, but I was just dying. I was just dying a little bit there. And my apologies, I assumed it was a best of 3, but actually, is it a best of 5? Oh my god, okay, it's gonna be a best of 5, not a best of 3, so we do have more games available here as I try to set things up on our end. Oh. One moment, so we make sure we get all of our lovely casters in. There we go, Whew. Things are looking back to normal here. Here we go, we're getting into our next game, into game number 3. And again, both Demi and Mixu, they need your help, they need your support to actually bring this back and make a series out of this. Because so far, things are looking a little bit bleak. Things are looking dire here for our dynamic duo. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have a Ukrainian Protoss Night Phoenix alongside his teammate, the Indian Zerg player Demi. I know the intro doesn't show the names. I know. Smooth. I don't think there's much we can do about that. But spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the players leading this series 2-0. Want to mask one more game, and they will close it out. We have the Finnish Zerg player Mixu alongside his teammate, the purple Protoss from the Netherlands. It is Hydra. Here we go, Hydra and Mixu. Looking dominant so far in this series, and now we're loading into a much larger map. We're loading into Catalyst CE. Is this a new map? I think it is. I do know that the team game map pool was updated in the new patch. I have not played team games in the new patch, so I am unfamiliar with the new 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4 maps. But to see all of this together here, okay, this is an interesting one. It's a very large map, by the way, a very large map. We do have a pocket base, a pocket standard base available here for, I guess, Night Phoenix in this position. Likewise, we do see Demi forced to expand a little bit more further out, is a little bit more exposed here to the elements, to his opponents. Do we have any gold bases? The answer is no. No gold base in sight. There are rich Vespene gas geysers in the center of the map. That is something to bear in mind here. I wonder if Mixu's going to be tempted. But this is going to be the first time that Mixu goes for much more standard opener. Never mind, it's going to be a... Oh my god. It is going to be a gasless opener out of Mixu. Very greedy. It's going to be a hatch, pool, hatch here from Mixu. So very greedy. No gases whatsoever. Delayed link speed, but just more larva, more droning, more queens available. Just overall a much greedier build here from Mixu, and I imagine he's going to get away with it. I'm not so certain if Night Phoenix and Demi are really aggressive enough to punish him. As I say that, I have to eat my words. 2-gate opener. It's a 2-gate here from Night Phoenix with a proxy alongside it. Oh my god! It isn't just a 2-gate, it is a 1-base all-in. Here we go. It is going to be a 1-base all-in from Night Phoenix. Meanwhile, Demi across the map, getting into his own hatch gas pool opener. Nothing too crazy yet, but he could always just cut workers and just mass lings. There's an early Bailey Nest on the way. Already a tell. Early Bailey Nest. Looks like Night Phoenix is going for an all-in, and it looks like Demi is going for a Ling Bane bust behind it to help support him. We do have a ping here on the Bailey Nest. They know. Hydra and Mixu, they do know what's going on. They're aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. Looking at their vision, they have not quite spotted the proxy. Not yet. There's a gateway and a robo. So it's going to be a 3-gate all-in here from Night Phoenix. We have sentries in position. Stalkers are on the way. We do see on 2 bases Hydra also going into 3 gateways himself. A solid production here is available. Here comes Night Phoenix. Now, Demi's droning. Okay, no, we're done. We're not droning. Never mind. I was like, is Demi droning? Is Demi getting an Evo chamber? No, Mixu was getting the Evo chamber. My apologies. So, we're all in. Demi and Night Phoenix, they're completely all in here. It's all or nothing for our duo. Meanwhile, Hydra and Mixu, can they hold? Can they survive? Queens are coming in. One gets surrounded. Big surround of the Queens. Bailey's, they rotate around. Immortal heads on forward as well. We're going for the Queens of Mixu. We're just ganging up, and Mixu, he just cannot keep up. He's going to lose everything. The Queens, the Spine Crawler, everything goes down. Aye, aye, aye. And we break into the main base. Big connections into the middle line. Drones are going down left and right here. And even though Hydra's defending, I can't say the same for Mixu. Mixu is being pulled apart. He's trying to keep up here with Lings. All of his Spine Crawlers went down. His Queens went down as well. Honestly, from here, if Night Phoenix and Demi chose to just give up on this position and push towards the Zerg, it would make plenty of sense. Like, there's no reason not to. Night Phoenix still trying to force his way into Hydra. Takes down the shield battery, takes down the pylons. Meanwhile, Demi zones away, makes Mixu, and yeah, Bailey's a crash on in. The Lings, no! Big connections, Lings go down, Mixu has nothing left. There's drones and a handful of Lings. GG gets caught, Mixu gets taken out, and Hydra taps out as well. Night Phoenix and Demi put a point on the board. GG. Bobby. Oh my god. GG, well played. Night Phoenix and Demi, they will fight back. They put a point on the board. We have a series. We do have a series here. We can go the distance. We can go all the way. But we'll see. The pressure is still on Night Phoenix and Demi. They need one more game, uno más, to advance on into the ace match. Let's see if they can make it. Let's see if they can make it. As our next game is going to be on Greystone Ravine. Another map that I'm not too familiar with, I'll be honest. Maybe another new 2v2 map. Okay. I'm here for it. Let's go. I see in the chat 2v2. Hell yes. Oh, let's go, man. It's not something we see too often. Again, not a tournament format that is often really showcased. It's not the most balanced of formats, to be honest. But we're not here for balance, we're here for entertainment. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Greystone Ravine, we have our Ukrainian Protoss alongside the Indian Zerg player. It is Demi and Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Teal Zerg player. The Teal Zerg, the Finnish Zerg player, alongside the Protoss from the Netherlands. It is Hydra and Mixu. Hold on, can I do this? Can I? Hey. There we go. And we have goal bases, which means I'm sure Mixu's tempted. Mixu, he's tempted for the goal base. He does not go for the linear gold. He's going over across the map instead. Oh my god. There's so many gold bases. Wait, what? Oh my god. Okay, we have 4 gold bases on this map. We have 2 towards the north. We have 2 towards the south. And we saw that Night Phoenix, he was looking to block that gold base, but he blocked the wrong one. He blocked the wrong gold base. Instead, Mixu, he does go across the map instead. Takes another gold base. We have a pseudo island base here towards top right and top left. I say pseudo island because it's blocked off by these rocks. Likewise, we have these Onaga towers that I believe can get eyes on at least one goal base, not quite on the other though. At least we'll get eyes on the creep. And do we have any other interesting quirks here? We do. We have our natural base, shared natural base actually. Okay. Similar to some other 2v2 maps where they don't share the main, but they share at least the natural. So they can have these joint defenses here at the entry point to their natural bases. You can see that here there's less opportunity for a player to be ganged up on, like they were in the previous game, which is what happened to Mixu. Oh, as we have to sort out those scores as well, of course. Okay, the UI is not something that I'm too used to, I'll be honest. It's taking a little bit to get used to. Meanwhile, we do see, okay, Night Phoenix getting across the map, going and setting up for a proxy. Looks like they have gotten eyes on the goal base, recognizing that it is off in the middle of nowhere, which could be something that they can abuse. Demi with the Overlord Scout does confirm. Demi is aware. Meanwhile, we do have a 2-gate opener here out of Hydra, getting into 3 gateways into a Robo. There's no expansion. Hydra does not have an expansion, by the way. He's going for a 1-base all-in. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix doing the same, going for his own 1-base all-in as well. Night Phoenix getting up to 3 gateways to the Robo, 3 gateways and a Robo as well from Hydra. Mirrored builds, but different execution here, as Night Phoenix is proxying, meanwhile Hydra is not. Meanwhile, Adepts, they get across the map. Night Phoenix is going to be harassing. Does get a drone. Does get a couple of workers. Not too bad. 2 drones go down. Adepts, they continue to shade across the map as well. Night Phoenix trying to keep the pressure up. With this Robo, we should be going for, I was going to say a War Prism, but no, we're going for an Immortal. Okay. Immortals in production. Night Phoenix being turned away. Is being forced back. And and things start taking a really weird turn here as we should be setting up for an all-in as well. There we go. Roaches are amassing for Mixu. Mixu is going for a 2-base Roach all-in, 1-base all-in here out of Hydra as well. And Demi's expanding. He's been droning up a little bit here. I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, Demi, he did drone up a little bit more, but he has a worse economy compared to his opponent. Roaches are pushing out. Demi's stuck on Ling Bane. Does have Ling Bane instead, and here we go. Hydra, he's pushing out. Demi going for a massive counterattack instead, trying to catch some reinforcements. They will get us around, but there are Lings to defend. And Mixu does pull back home. Does pull back at his Lings, but Demi gets into the mineral line, and drones are going down at the same time, though. Hydra, he pushes. Gets the Prism. Big pick of Prism goes down. Good force fields here at the Night Beating Slow. Gets the force fields off. Catches some of these Stalkers. The Immortal trying to go ham. Demi's running out of Lings across the map. He also gets cleaned up, but he does knock Mixu down to 4 drones in the main. But he has the gold base. It doesn't even matter. Or does it? Does Mixu have a strong enough economy to sustain himself? And likewise, does Demi have anything to support? Prism goes down. Night Phoenix is on his own. Lings are coming in, but it may be too little too late. Once again, Mixu and Hydra, they're breaking through. And not enough Lings. We are getting on top of some of these Roaches. Good target firing. We pick up a Roach, we pick up a Stalker. Well, another Stalker goes down. We're down to 3. We're bleeding out of units. We're bleeding out of Stalkers. Bleeding out Stalkers even. We get on top of the Queens, but with reinforcements, we're holding. It's so close. It's oh so close here. We get us around here on another Stalker. Mixu is down to 3 Roaches, 1 Ravager. There's 1 Stalker for Hydra. More Stalkers are coming in. Remember, Hydra, he's on 1 base. He did rebuild that Prism. More Prism, he got across the map. Stalkers have a ride. Mixu, he does come in with Ling reinforcements. Boys are being pulled. We go for the Warp In right in the face of Demi. And the Warp In does complete. Ooh, just in time. And that Warp In, that may have just been it. Hydra, he has far too much. He does reinforce. There's plenty of Stalkers. And they've done it. They barely have done it. GG gets called. Demi taps out. Night Phoenix taps out. And Mixu and Hydra take the series 3-1. GG. Ooh. GG, bud. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Mixu and Hydra for advancing on into the grand finals. My condolences to Night Phoenix and Demi. We didn't really get too many mid-game or late-game scenarios. These were some very intense, very aggressive games here in these 2v2s. That's typically how things go. We either get cheeses or we get like these hyper late-game split map scenarios as well. It's hard to get the in-between. And yeah, Mixu and Hydra, they came in prepared. I would not be surprised if they played 2v2 in their free time, because it did feel like very specialized builds, especially with Mixu rushing into the gold bases, with Hydra going for these 1-base all-ins to support him as well. It did feel very practiced between the two of them. I'm curious. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. And with that, we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for the upper semi-finals. Oh boy. We're getting ready for those upper semis, and I need a moment to try to find our players. There we go. So we're getting ready for the upper semifinals. We're getting ready for Nicaract and Middle VK versus Milky Cow and Wayne. Let's go. We can also take this moment to have a look at the bracket as well. Again, it was a bit of a smaller bracket here as I quickly try to fix up our overlays. Un momento. There we go. We'll get on top of that. But let's quickly move our scene over. And there it is. Okay, from the top. From the top, we did have Miyamaki and Hormono. They were taken out 2-0 by Nicaract and Middle VK. Very impressive stuff there. But very impressive stuff there from Nick Racked and VK. They did take down Homono Miyamaka 2-0. Scrolling down, we have Milky Cow and Wayne. They took down Young Yakov and Wannabe Byan. Oh my god, okay. Very nicely done here by Wayne and Milky Cow. It's always fun seeing these pairings because it gives you a glimpse of who's friends with each other, right? It's like who works with each other, like are they practice partners, are they good friends, like do they just reach out just to reach out? It's hard to say at times, but yeah, really cool to see these pairings nonetheless. So we have those two semi-finalists. Scrolling down, we had Hydra and Mixu take down for Jumi and Spats. Ooh, that is a Protoss lineup if I've ever seen one. A Berserker Protoss lineup, my god. But Hydra and Mixu came out on top. And likewise, Demi and Night Phoenix, they eliminated Cristiano and Jelmek in that, or another double Protoss team. Did fall as well. Of course, Cristiano and Jelmek, they were on Team Blazer for a long time. Quite some time together. But yes, with that, we have our first finalists. You can see the bracket being updated. Hydra and Mixu, they're in the grand finals, and they're waiting for their opponents. And we have a moment to set up the match ourselves as well. Nicoract / Mental DK. Alongside Key, Cal, and Wayne. Beautiful. So it looks like our players are conducting their vetoes, so we're going to be going on a short break here. Just going to be a short break while our players sort things out, and when we return, we will have our upper semifinals. See you soon. See you soon with some more TVT shenanigans. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second semifinals of the OSC Elite 2v2 Cup number 2. Oh boy, again, a very unique tournament where we're able to feature the 2v2 aspect of StarCraft 2, something that we very rarely get to see here at the competitive level. And we're diving right on into a fresh best of 5. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3, to determine who faces off against Hydra and Mixu in the grand finals. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat alongside his teammate, the purple Protoss for Sysum Gaming, Mindle VK. Mindle and Nickrat, and in the top left we have their opponents. We have the blue Zerg player for Starlight Twinkle alongside the teal Terran player here as well. We have the dynamic duo. We have Wayne and Milky Cow. Milky Wayne? Wayne Cow? What are they going to be called? I don't So Wayne and Milky Cow here from the blue side of things, you know, the blue and teal. Makes sense from blue team. And I guess I'll call Nickrat's team red team, I guess, to try to sort things out. But this time we don't have a mirror matchup. Thankfully, we don't have a mirror matchup, so it's going to be a little bit easier to kind of delve and sift through things here. We have a Terran Zerg team against a Terran Protoss team. If you're curious about the 2v2 meta, Terran Protoss is the ideal. It is the meta. Specifically because Skytoss and Mech go hand in hand. They do trade very efficiently. You can make great use of them even with a lower base count as well. Be very turtly and snowball out of control. Traditionally in 2v2, Zerg is considered to be the weakest partner or the weakest race to kind of work with. But that's only like kind of in the highest echelons of 2v2, and I don't really know how familiar these players are with something like the 2v2 meta. So I'm really excited to see how this all comes together and what kind of strategies our players bring to the table. But now we do have our second Rax on the way here for Milky Cow. Interesting build going into a 3 Rax. Okay, so Rax expand into a 3 Rax. Very peculiar build from our teal Terran player. Meanwhile, Wayne did go for a hatch gas full standard opener out of Wayne. Across the map, we do have a bit of a skirmish going on here. Nickrat just now going for his expansion. It was a double gas opener out of Nickrat, so it is a much more aggressive build from our red Terran player. That shows with this build going into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Meanwhile, that's a fast layer. Oh my god, things are popping off in every direction. Quickly, briefly bringing up Mindle VK, going for a Stargate opener himself. Okay, Stargate opener from our Protoss, double gas Reaper Hellion from Nickrat. So the red team is going to be more aggressive, they're going to be more assertive across the map. Instead, we do see some style here, some flair coming out from Wayne. What is this lair going to be for? We're going for a Link Queen Nidus all in, we're going for 2 base Muta, rushing into a Roach Push. I'm curious. As this 3 Rax is getting underway, getting some massive bio, hitting a strong timing with Stim. So everyone is being aggressive and peculiar in their own way. There's that tech. Roach Warren is in production, so it looks like Wayne is going for a Roach all-in to coincide with the 3 Rax push here, the timing of the teal Terran of Milky Cow. Meanwhile, Reaper Hellion does hit a brick wall here. As I say that, Reapers, they do slip in. They try to. They at least try to. They pick off 1 Marine, but they don't get much more. Nickrat has to pull back. Oracle's on the way. Oracle is on the way as well. We do pick up a Hellion. We trade a Hellion for a Queen. Not a bad trade here for Nickrat. He does reinforce, going for another Queen. Gets 2. 2 Queens go down. Big pick off. Stim is not done, by the way. Without Stim, we can just have our way with this army. As I say that, Reaper does go down at the same time here. Behind the mineral line, we have drones going down. And Epsa going ham, Oracle as well. Workers are falling. And we snowball out of control. We shut down every single Marine before Stim finishes. And we're snowballing out of control. Another Roach goes down. Very good trades here. You can see here, 13 Marines fell against 2 Hellions and 2 Reapers. No shot. The trades. 15 Marines and more SCVs. Yeah, this push here from Nicaract and Middle VK, it's snowballing out of control. It's doing far too much damage here. More than it ever should have. Good target firing out of Nicaract. Both Milky Cow and Wayne, they're being picked apart. Again, there was a small window where they were vulnerable, and boy, were they vulnerable. As that was abused so well. Behind this, Fleet Beacon's on the way. +1 air attack, double Stargate, Mass Phoenix, Sky Toss. Let's go. We're getting to Mass Phoenix. Ooh, Stim is done. We have to respect it. Do you have to respect those Marines? Oh, I say that, but we lift them all up. There's no respect required, Papi. It doesn't even matter. We pick up the Marines. We go ham on these Marauders as well. Behind this, we do see Wayne trying to build up his Roach count, staying on a low drone count as well. Still no third base up and running. It just now begins. Very late third from our Zerg player. As we pick up even more Marines. We get the Marines, we get the Marauders, whatever we so choose. And now that we have enough Phoenixes, carriers are on the way. This is the power of Protoss in 2v2, is rushing into Skytoss and making sure that your teammate keeps you alive for it. They do keep you up and running here. Stage trap's going to be going up. Ooh, no reaction out of Wayne. It does get caught off guard. His attention is being pulled apart by the Pieces, by the Oracles, by everything that has been going on. Milky Cow trying to support. Does get one Phoenix. But Reapers, they get into the main base. Again, the attention being pulled apart here from these two players. Okay, he will pull out. Back at home, we're building up a biotank army. Like, again, we haven't even seen Nicarac's final form. We've seen Reaper Hellion harass. That's all we've seen, which was the opener, by the way, of Nicarac. And now here comes his main army. It's amassing. He's getting ready for a push. And when we do move out, we're going to have carriers as well. And who's supporting who at this point? Carriers for the bio. It does feel like both Nicarac and Middle VK are in the driver's seats, and both Wayne and Milky Cow, I mean, how can they compare? Ooh. Decent EMP, but we pick up the Ghost. The Ghost, the Queen, a second, now a third Queen as well. And this is what I was worried about. Here comes the main army of Nicarac. Looking to knock down this front door, and neither Wayne or Milky Cow, even combined with their forces, they can't deal with Nicarac. GG gets called. It's just too much, and Nicarac, alongside Middle VK, will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. A solid game there from Nicarac, from the red team, to be able to assert themselves, to have an aggressive start, to punish the greed of the two other players for their two opponents, and to snowball from there. Very well done, very well executed, and now the pressure is on. The pressure is now on Wayne and Milky Cow to bounce back in game number 2. What map are we going to be loading into? That is the question. Where are we dropping, Pappy? Where are we dropping? As it looks like our next game is going to be on Ruscallion. Okay, another one of those newer maps. Mio and Hormono got 2-0'd. I didn't expect that. Sorry, Mio and Hon Macro got 2-0'd. I didn't expect that. I think it's because that didn't happen. Mio and Hon, what do we call him? Who was he today? Was he Hon Macro? Was he Hung Mono? Was he Hon Micro? Was he Hon Waifu? Potentially. I don't think we had Hon Macro today. That's what I will say. I don't think he was macroing. Phoenixes are really such a joy, a very uplifting unit. They sure could use their pickup lines on me any day. Oh no. Ay está, ¿por qué, papi? ¿Por qué? Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Too far. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruscallion, we have a red Terran, alongside his teammate, the purple Protoss, and together we have Nickeract and MindoVK. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue Zerg player alongside his teammate, the teal Terran. Together, they're Milky Cow and Wayne. Team Milk Wayne. Bruce Cow? Counter tough? Aye, aye, aye. I think that's the one thing that's missing from this 2v2 tournament is we need our players, we need our teams to come up with their own names. That's what we need. We need some names back. We need some names. As interesting, we do have this time Milky Cow going for a different opener. He's going double gas, so he has learned from his mistakes, learned from how he was punished previously. Double gas opener out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, hatch gas pool out of our Zerg. So standard opener out of Wayne. Something more aggressive from Milky Cow. This is going to lead into a faster factory, maybe into a 1-1-1 before CC, but it should be just a factory into a command center. That's what should be on the horizon here. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have our own openers. Nickeract also going double gas, going for the factory as we speak. Going, I believe, yep, reactor first. Okay. A little bit greedier here out of Nickeract, but he should get away with it. MindoVK going for a gate expand. And this is going to be one of the older maps in the map pool. When it comes to 2v2, this feels like a very classic map here. It's been around for a very long time. We have a shared main base into a shared natural. The third bases are much more exposed. We have one here on the low ground, one up here towards the high ground as well. Zelnagas are in the center of the map, and there are no rich mineral bases. No high gold, no gold bases, no high rich Vespene gas bases or anything like that either. The map itself is quite large, and this usually leads into longer games, but we'll see. Now, when it comes to our openers, we have our take of choice, Twilight Council here from our Protoss player from MindoVK. Meanwhile, Reactor and Reaper Hellion, the same build 2 games in a row out of Nickeract, the exact same build. Meanwhile, Milky Cow playing a little bit safer here. Ooh, as I say that, going for an add-on swap, getting into his own Hellions. Not going Reaper though. Okay. And we'll see if Nickeract can be as successful this time. If he can get as much damage as he did in game 1. Oh, Shema, papi, Shema. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, papi. As Nickeract could be pushing out with his Reaper Hellion. Behind this, we have Milky Cow going into BC. Oh my god! Hiding that fusion core in between the bases and going for the battle cruisers. Bold move here out of Milky Cow. Can he get away with it? Can he pull it off? That is the question. As Nickeract is poking in, looking at the units tab here, Nickeract, he's got his 6 Reaper, 3 Hellion setup against 6 Hellions of his opponents. Ooh, this could be BC into mech, by the way. Uh-oh. We could see that happen. Well, Hellions, they try to engage. So far, so good. Pretty good fighting out of Nickeract. Shaves off a lot of Lings. But last we get surrounded, the Lings, they did look down the army. The Hellions, they stand strong, and Nickeract gets cleaned up. It was a 2v1. No support from MindoVK. And now we're looking to overwhelm. MindoVK is now on his own. He has a shield battery. Does have a shield battery, does have an overcharge. Hellions, they are being forced back. And we have BCs on the way. So far, unscattered. We're going for the mineral line. We're going for probe kills. A blink is done. We shut down the Hellions. Now it is Milky Cow's turn to overextend. As the dust does settle. That was 6 Hellions for 6 Reapers in a way. 3 Hellions, a Reaper as well. Comparable trades between our 2 Terran players, but Milky Cow has the advantage of taking up into BC, and he's going into bio behind this. No, the creep is spreading, and we can't land our base. Oh god, wait, yeah, we just killed the tumor. Wayne, he had to kill his own tumor to allow for the racks to land. This is going to disrupt the production of Milky Cow. This is one of the reasons why Zerg is one of the weaker races here in 2v2, just because it's really hard to be cohesive with your teammates, especially with Creep. But the BC does teleport across the map and gets how many kills already? 5! 5 probe kills already. We get a 6th probe kill as well. Oh, but there was no teleport left, and we bleed out the BC. That is a hefty loss. I'm not so certain that was worth it anymore. We did kill a lot of probes, true. That was a lot of economic damage dealt, but is that worth an entire battle cruiser? That I'm not so sure about. We just see Wayne fanning out, getting eyes on the third base, threading Creep, taking a 4th. Wayne joining up quite nicely overall. Has a solid economy, getting into Ling Bane, so far at least. Ling Bane potentially into Ultra, or into Beta. Meanwhile, a bio tank from both players as well. No one is embracing mech, thankfully. Not yet, at least, in this series. Not quite embracing that mech. As Nickrex is reinforcing, looking to move out with his drop play. Likewise, MinoVK cashes out an Overlord. We can see Wayne trying to punish these Stalkers. Does attempt to. But Marines are here to support. Very nice cleanup there from the red team. Rotate around towards that planetary. Ling's getting ready for their own counterattack though. Looks like we do catch some reinforcements. Marine, that tank gonna be going down as well. Big pickup. Tank to full at the same time. Nickrat going for a drop into the main. Does drop right into the main base. Stim isn't done, but it should barely finish in time. Up! Oh my god. It's denied! No shot! Okay, oh, it finished. Phew, that was so close. Stim did just finish 1 second up. At the same time, Wayne coming with Link counter attack is cleaned up. But he did get a lot of worker kills. 17 SCVs went down. Nick Ratchet's economy is crippled. And likewise, across the map, the drop play did pick off some add-ons, but not much more than that. And Nick Ratchet is running out of steam, and Wayne is building up and is getting out of hand. Wayne is getting out of control. I can't quite engage with this Protoss army. Wayne has to be careful to be overconfident. Getting into more Ling Bane, we do collapse here on the bio army of Milky Cow. Likewise, oof, big Ling run by Wayne runs into the army, the reinforcements of Nicaract. Does deny the third. We are looking for more than that. As Fungals, they connect. Bailey's rolling in as well. That fight there from Wayne. And both MinoVK and Milky Cow, MinoVK and Nick right there, barely holding on. Building up into more tanks. As you see both Nickeract and MinoVK actually splitting up between both sides of the map, we basically have two 1v1s going on right now. We have the Protoss versus Terran up here, and we have the Terran versus Zerg down towards the south instead. Okay, we're coming together. We're unifying. Oh, actually we're rotating. Okay. We are pushing towards the north, but Wayne is in position as well. Wayne, he's here to support. Looking for a fungal. Tank's just going to be going up. And do we push in? The tanks are on siege! Ooh, now is not the time. Big fumble in the army. Tanks are caught on siege and every tank is going to go down. We shut down the tanks. We shut down the Archons. And Milky Cow, he sims on forward, and it looks like he does barely have enough, but here come the Zealots. Zealot reinforcements from the Protoss. Does survive, does hold. Both players are going to be bouncing off each other. Meanwhile, Wayne, he's on a solid drone count. How many drones does he have? Wayne, he's on 78 drones. Getting up to 6 bases as well. Wayne is going to be the first to max out. And what is our answer to that? I mean, Nicaract, he's working on a Ghost Academy. Going to be working soon on 3-3. Just still on Bio, though. Meanwhile, Middle does have Storm. And this is going to be a big factor. No run by being selling away gets cleaned up. Big EMPs! Do manage to get some High Templar. Well, we have 1 Storm available. One Storm. Ultras are amassing from the side of Wayne. Again, without Ghost, without Sky Toss, without a high Immortal count, these Ultras, they can roll over quite a number of army compositions. They can roll over this army specifically. And Wayne is coming in. Wayne is maxed out. Yeah, he's maxed out. He collapses on the army. Big Fungal as well on the Stalkers. They cannot blink away. Not until Fungal does run out. And you can see Wayne just break on through. Milking out. He comes in to support at least a little bit. Storm's going to be thrown down. They do a lot here against the Lings. They even take down an Ultra. What a bad Storm. We break in nonetheless. Again, that's how many Ultras? 6 Ultras from Wayne. We get on top of the shield battery, get on top of the overcharge, and we will tie this up. GG gets called. And Wayne and Milky Cow tie up the series 1-1. GG. Ooh. GG, well played. I'm catching up with the chat. He who builds the BC is a real hero. Confucius. No, I don't think Confucius quite said that. I'm not sure. I'm not not so certain. But it is a Chad move to go for a BC. Unfortunately, the BC was teleported across the map, so the BC could not be saved. And it was a big investment as well, and the BC was killed almost immediately. It was just not worth it. It was not a worthwhile build from Milky Cow. It's not the best start to the game. Likewise, they were stuck at home. So some good trades out of Nicaract. So it wasn't the best start from the side of Milky Cow, but he was still able to recover, able to settle into the mid-game. We spoke about the map itself because of how large it is. We've seen a lot of split map scenario. We've seen a lot of later games here, at least on that previous map. And now we're getting ready for game number 3. We're getting ready for Nightscape. Interesting. I'm familiar with this map. There is a gold. There is a gold. Here we go. Alright, getting ready here for our second game. The gold base is very tempting on this map. We'll see if anyone rushes into it. Even, say, lifts up their main base and floats on over as a Terran, for example. That would be wild. Not something we see too often anymore. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our duo, our team of Red Terran, alongside a Blue Protoss. It is Nicaract and Middle VK. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the teal Zerg player alongside the purple Terran. It is Wayne and Milky Cow. And I'm shaking my head a little bit here because our players have swapped colors a little bit. Colors have been swapped. Now we have a team with red and blue, so I can't call them red team or blue team anymore because the colors have been mixed between our players. I'm shaking my head. Este pro gamers, man. Aye, aye, aye. Can we have some cohesion, some unity in the colors? Outside of that, though, we are settling in. Here's the gold base that we spoke about. There's a gold right next to our main, and a Terran player could, example, just lift up the main base, float it as the gold, and mine from there instead. But there are rocks here walling this area off, so it can be a little bit awkward when it comes to main-arding another base and expanding elsewhere. Taking a natural can be difficult. Ooh, as there is that CC right outside the gold, we're going for it. We do have, Milky Cow just setting up for his expansion for his eventual gold base that he will soon be taking. Meanwhile, Nick Rat getting a CC on location on the low ground. So is Middle VK. We have some standard gateway timings from the bottom left-hand armies, bottom left-hand players. Top right, though, being a little bit riskier, a little bit greedier. Go. But yeah, thankfully when it comes to the mech, thankfully no one played sorry, when it comes to mech, thankfully when it comes to the VCs, no one played mech. Thankfully no one tried to rush into that, tried to make that work. I know, I'm grateful. As we do see Milky Cow once again going for a 3 racks follow-up. If you were here for game 1, you would know that this is the same build that we saw in game 1 from Milky Cow. Getting to his 3 racks. We'll see if he can pull that off again, or if we can have a little more success with it this time. Better way of putting it. As you can see, the gold is being taken. We can see Wayne trying to support and trying to help out Milky Cow when it comes to expanding and taking this gold, knocking down those rocks. Adept there has a right, and we are looking for a drone kill, and oh, we do not get it. Drone does survive. Good defense out of Wayne. Nice defense. Rocks will eventually fall. They have a lot of armor to work with. Armor. And the game is kind of selling from here. We do have our tech of choice from the side of Middle VK, going for a Stargate opener. Second Stargate on the way. We're getting into Sky Toss. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. Sky Toss once again from Middle. Meanwhile, across the map, Oracle going ham. Well, the sport was skipped, by the way. So trying to break through those rocks, but the Oracle does manage to get 6 drone kills. The 7th drone. Oh my god. 7. Oh, almost 8 SCVs. Almost. We're rotating in between the bases. Didn't quite get in. Get in, and here we go. We have a double drop moving out from the side of Nick Rack. Oh, threatening to move out, going for a 3rd CC instead. Never mind. Have a bit of a change of heart upon seeing these things. Again, Nick Rack just being so careful as he's now pushing. Likewise, Wayne and Milky Cow waiting just outside. Waiting just outside. Stim is done for these Marines. Stim, combat shields as well. That's a lot of bio. And it does feel like we're soon going to be pulling the trigger here, waiting for more Ravager reinforcements. Upgrades are kicking in. +1 attack on the way here for Milky Cow. And here we go. We're collapsing. Links from behind and Marines from the front. We attempt to dive on set Marines, but ooh, the pieces they get annihilated by the Bio Army. it looks like Wayne and Milky Cow, they have a little bit too much. And the Marines, they start to step forward. They focus on whatever they can. And we can see Nikrak hiding back here, trying to hold on for dear life. GG gets called. There's just not enough to hold on. And Wayne and Milky Cow take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a rocky start for Wayne and Milky Cow, but they have found their footing. They're settling in, able to survive that early to mid game, get into something a little bit more different here. And yeah, it was really well done. Very nicely done by Milky Cow and Wayne. And now we're getting to potentially match points. Potentially the final game of the semifinals. Oh boy, Wayne and Milky Cow, they only need one more. Meanwhile, Nikrak and Middle VK, they need to win this series and the next to take it all. Oh, I don't want to be left behind. Oh, hopefully I do make it in. Yeah, we're okay, we're okay. Whew. We're making it in. And it looks like we're going back to some colors that we're used to here. Okay, Nikrak going to be red again, Middle VK going to be purple once again as well. So things going to be a little bit more color-coded as opposed to the previous game. Personally, I appreciate it. No. Still recovering. But we have our next game on Overgrown Facility. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Overgrown Facility, we have our red Terran player alongside his teammate, the purple Protoss, and together we have Middle VK and Nikrak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for a gas first. Oh my god, we have our blue Zerg player alongside his teammate, the teal Terran. It is Milky Cow and Wayne. That is a 13-12. Oh boy. Here we go. Aggression is upon us. Now with this, we're getting into really fast link speed. This can go into a Bane Nest, into a one base all-in with just a lean Bane Bust. That is very viable here for our red Zerg player. Let's see what exactly we do go for. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a pretty standard opener here from our teal Terran player. I say that, my apologies. We're going for a proxy. Makes sense for a rush into link speed to be accompanied by a 2-Rax Reaper. It does make plenty of sense here. Comes to our build choice. Go. Probe Scout comes in, confirms the at least lack of Raxes in the main base of the Terran. Meanwhile, have we seen anything about the Zerg player? We have not. Uh-oh. We're in the dark. There's link speed. We pull out a gas. That tells us that there's no Bathing Nest, there's no Roachborn. It's just purely link speed. Go. Again, Wayne still amassing links. Probe Scout does confirm. Behind this, what can we do? We have a CC on the way. We have our Rax as well. As many Marines as we can. Likewise, Reapers are on the way, and Milky Cow, he does slip in. Slips in towards that main base bunker, gets thrown down, but we should force a cancel. Bunker is cancelled. Reapers are still attempting to amass. He's trying to come in. Reaper's trying to support as well. But it looks like it may just be too much here. Third Reaper has arrived. Oh, one more shot. Oh my god, they barely get the Adept. Whew. Peek up there. Very cheeky peek up there. Quiet. Milky Cow. Things are putting across them. They get a surround on the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. And it looks like we take down the Stalker. We take down the ropes as well. It's just too much of a deficit, too much of a loss. Yeah, with that, we're just taking down the final remaining probes here. Final remaining workers of MinoVK. And with this, he's down to a handful of air units. Boys being pulled here in the main base of Nickrak. Nickrak having a hard time keeping up. Reapers are just having their way with him. Oh my god. That's a lot of SCV kills. We are just going ham at the same time. Lings, they're just making sure that they're just making sure that MinoVK is indeed just out of this. He is no longer a threat to be considered. Building wise, we're knocking everything down. And we'll see if Nickrak can recover. As we're getting ready for this, a big shout to Mega in the chat. Oh my god, Fappy. Mega Whack, thank you so much for resubscribing here for 5 months. Thank you, Fappy. Thank you with Twitch Prime. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Again, this is something a little bit different, something a little bit unorthodox. Not the most meta of casts, not the most competitive of games, because this is a 2v2, but we're here for fun. We're here for a little bit of fun this weekend. Here to calm things down. As Mindle has no buildings left. Now, Mindle does keep some probes alive. Now, bearing in mind, you can share the resources. So if Nickrak does have the resources for a base, and he can give it, trade it here to MinoVK, then he can throw down a building. Can start up his Nexus once again. So we are attempting to hunt down these Banshees. And attempting to hunt down these workers. Speaking of Banshees, we have Liberators on the way. Not really too similar, but production, drilling tools as well. Interesting upgrades. As yeah, the racks they do float into the natural. A little bit ambitious from Milky Cow. Very ambitious even. Remember, Wayne and Milky Cow, they need only one more Automass to win it all to advance onto the grand finals. They're so close. Oh, so very close. Rockstar being knocked down. It's a 1v2. It's Nickrak versus the world. Nickrak versus Milky Cow and Wayne. It's not going to be easy. He's pushing. Everything he has. It's all he has left. Oh, the mine. No shot! The minefield! Ooh. Oh my god. Big connections here. 2 tanks go down. Something you don't see too often. GG gets called. Congratulations. And Wayne alongside Milky Cow will advance on into the grand finals. GG. GG. Well played. Whew. With that, looks like we have our finalists here. Congratulations, Milky Cow and Wayne. Did struggle in the start of the series in game number 1, but we were able to bounce back, able to fight back, and take 3 games in a row. The reverse sweep was real, and we have our finals. Let's go. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. As the bracket is being set up here. Again, Hydra and Mixu, they've been patiently waiting in those grand finals for quite some time, and now they have an opponent. It's Zerg versus Protoss versus Zerg and Terran in the grand final. So at least a little bit of diversity. All of our races are represented in some way in those 2v2s. That is the ideal. Meanwhile, we're going to be going on a short break here. Vetoes have to be conducted. Map order have to be decided upon as well, of course. Vetoes, map order, any kind of picks and bans. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our final series of the night, the grand finals of the OSC 2v2 Cup. Again, if you want to take part in these 2v2 events, I believe you have to be an OSC member to take part in said events. So you can, of course, become a member here to help support OSC. OSC have been hosting events for a very, very long time. Even before we were really around, for us, there was OSC. There was always OSC. It's impressive. Very impressive what they've accomplished over the years. GG. With that, going to be going on that short break. And when we return, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the OSC Elite 2v2 Cup number 2. Let's go. Again, we finally made it here to the grand finals. We unfortunately missed out on the first round of this tournament because, of course, we were hosting the Masters Swan Open, but we were able to at least catch the semifinals and now the grand finals as well. And I don't know if you noticed, but you can see the teams here. The teams have changed slightly as we're here in the grand finals, and we can quickly get into the introductions and introduce one of our new players. As in the top left hand corner, we have our Finnish Zerg player, our Finnish red Zerg player alongside his teammate, the blue Protoss. It is not Mixu and Hydra, it is Mixu and DNS. Here we go, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the teal Zerg player himself alongside his teammate, the purple Terran. It is Milky Cow and Wayne. Here we go. Now, for those that are curious, again, it was Mixu and Hydra that had advanced on into the grand finals. They had a great run, and honestly, they paired really well with each other. It was really cool to see Mixu non-stop going for these greedy builds, going into these eventual all-ins, whether it's a Ling Bane all-in or a Roach Bust, and having Hydra support him with an all-in of his own, a one-base all-in of his own. We saw it time and time again. It worked wonders in the previous series, but now DNS is stepping in instead. Now, for the reason for this is because Hydra unfortunately was unavailable. Hydra did have to step away. Something came up and he was unavailable to compete for the finals. So instead of a forfeit, otherwise it would have been a forfeit, I believe. It would have been, you know, Wayne and Milky Cow taking it without any kind of contest there. Maybe it would have been like a 2v1, and that's just so difficult to pull off. It would have basically been like a forfeit there and a free win for our opposing team. Instead of that, you know, we have come to a compromise here. The compromise was that Mixu would be allowed to sub in a teammate who's also a member of OSC Elite and who is also another Protoss, the same race that Hydra was, and that has landed here on DNS. So DNS is stepping in, so at least the show will go on, and Mixu has a partner. Unfortunately, I don't think that Mixu has the same cohesiveness with DNS as he did with Hydra. But the flip side, though, is that DNS, I do think, is a stronger 1v1 player compared to Hydra, so there's a give and take here. On the one hand, do they work as well as a team together? Maybe a little bit less so, but DNS is a bit of a step up when it comes to at least the 1v1, so that could be a deciding factor here. We'll see how they can work together. We shall see. Meanwhile, across the map, Wayne and Milky Cow have been competing together all night, and they've been achieving quite a lot together. They've improved so much, and we'll see how this all comes together. For now, it is going to be a third hatcher here. It's going to be a bit of a greedier build, or just a faster third base from Mixu, likewise third base from Wayne as well. So just a standard 3-base setup from our Zerg players. Meanwhile, from the side of the Terran, it is a third CC before Starport economic build out of our out of Milky Cow, out of our purple Terran player here. I'm a little bit surprised. Greed all around, no aggression. Despite the non-stop all-ins, the aggression, just the amount of just being in the face of your opponent that we've had this entire tournament, that's not what we're seeing here, not at all. Not in the grand finals. I've not seen this kind of standard of play in a 2v2 in quite some time. We do have a Phoenix Opener, a Stargate here from DNS, who's going to be moving out, shutting down some of these Overlords. But again, we're just applying pressure, gaining map control, not much more than that. Ooh, meanwhile, I spoke too soon. I was like, yo, can we get a standard game? Can we get a macro game? Kind of. That's a factory. That is a second factory in production from Milky Cow. We're getting into mech. Oh boy. I mean, that's what macro means, right? It means mech or sky toss, and that is another factory in production. Triple factory in total. Mech is coming. Oh boy. See in the chat as well. A great time to join the club as registration is open for both of the next mid-season playoffs and the Rising Star events. Let's go! For those, if you want to be a part of this event, you can do so by joining the OSC Elite Club. Meanwhile, Ling run by here does get into the Queens. Big pick off here by Wayne. He does take down the third. Oh my god. Third base is under fire. Mixu cool with his pants down. The pants they're down. They were never even on here as the Lings. They're getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. So many drones going down. And we break into the main base. No Bailey Nest, by the way. No defense whatsoever. And what a Phoenix is going to do. What? Pick up one Ling at a time? They're trying. Again, the Phoenixes, they can barely do anything. And it looks like Wayne, he has done it. He breaks through. He cleans everything up. Queens are falling. Drones are falling. And Mixu, he can barely keep up here. He's down to 35 workers, down to only drones. And Wayne is snowballing out of control. Like, he is just breaking on through. We have a handful of attempts to defend. Very nice hold position micro here, and every single drone is fallen. Oh, that is going to be 42 dead workers. And even I was caught off guard. I was ready for a longer game. I was ready for, I mean, the third CC hasn't even landed. Hasn't even landed here. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Adepts will defend, but that is a kill on the hatchery. Third base falls. The natural and the main base have been kept alive. How many drones do we have left? We are down to 5 workers from the side of Mixu. He's essentially out of this game, to be honest. Mixu is out of this game. It's going to turn into a 1v2. DNS went double Stargate Phoenix. Ay, ay, ay. And the Phoenixes, they're doing what they can. They catch some Cyclones. They push in between the bases. They catch another Cyclone as well. Not bad. But we just floodlings. We try to. The depths are in position. DNS is holding. Now, if anyone can 1v2, I want to believe it's going to be DNS. I mean, so far so good. He's camping the production. He's shutting Milky Cow down. Going for the Overlords as well. The Overlords are falling one after the other. DNS is holding his own behind this. Possible an air attack is on the way. Throwing down additional pylons to make sure we break out of the supply block. The mines have borrowed. And we can just ignore the spores, ignore the lack of queens. Just focus down so many overlords. Ooh. Supply blocking Wayne once again. You can see the Widow Mines, they're slowly creeping forward. Big shot goes off. Oh my god. But late to borrow there. Late to borrow from Milky Cow. And the Phoenixes, they wreak havoc in between the bases once again. Getting a lot of value, to be honest. And Mixu, he's redroning. He's back up to 1.5 bases. Not bad. Third hatchery on the way. Can we make a game out of this? I mean, we still need more time. We still need more time, and Wayne is getting into Hydra production. Ling Hydra on the horizon. Lings, they get across the map, they force a cancel. Hatchery is going to be canceled. We pick up the queen in the main. Oh my god. I'm just waiting for the Widow Mines to pop up. I'm waiting for that moment. Until then, we just camp the production. We pick up half the Hydra count. Maybe even more than that. Widow Mines are burrowing. Honestly, a really nice surround of Widow Mines. And what do we walk into? Oh no! Oh god. Mine just not quite going off. The Phoenixes, they do bob and weave. They do escape without a single scratch. When it comes to the Widow Mine harass, at least. Widow Mine positioning. Do manage to escape. In saying that, DNS did bleed out a couple of those Phoenixes. But I do still worry here for Mixu. Mixu has been redroning. He has no standing army. There's no way to stop either Wayne or Milky Cow. There we go. We're going to try and push in. Might take it across the map. Oh! A lot of Widow Mines are going to be borrowing. Mines just going off on the Lings. And now we're going off on the Adepts. At least we try to. The best mine shots here from Milky Cow. Regardless, he does annihilate that mineral line here towards the left-hand side. Hatchery does fall. Mine shots going off on the interceptors. Not bad. Interceptors are falling. Big mine shots going off. And the Hydra. Oh god, the friendly fire! I spoke too soon. I was gonna say that with the support of these Widowmines, we might be able to break through. We do force a bit of friendly fire, but GG gets called. It's just too much, and Wayne alongside Milky Cow take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. I'm catching up. I just want DNS to win because of the try-hardness going on. I mean, he was try-harding. Like, he was putting in the work there. Like, despite in a 1v2, despite his teammates falling quite early on and being overwhelmed and being shut down, it was very impressive that DNS was able to survive as long as he did, harass as well as he did as well. But there's only so much you can do when you are on your own. And GG. With that, we have a 1-0 lead for Wayne and Milky Cow. Just 1-0 for the time being. We are getting ready here for game number 2. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3, not a best of 7, but a best of 5 in total. So we have room to explore, room to really whip out some differing styles and differing builds. We shall see. Oh, and there we go. Map number 2 is going to be on Overgrown Facility. Okay. And again, when it comes to the overall plan that we saw in game 1 from the opposing team, from DNS and Mixu, I mean, it did come... we were trying to come together here with a more standard macro opener, and we just didn't get away with that, unfortunately. Unable to get away with it in the end there. We'll see what they have in store for us in game number 2. We shall see. Game 2 is going to be on Overgrown Facility. Okay. Got the map that we have already seen quite a bit of these past couple of years. Not a newer map in the map pool. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner we have of Overgrown Facility. We have our red Zerg player alongside his teammate, the blue Protoss. It is DNS and Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner we have their opponents. We have the teal Terran player alongside the purple Zerg. It is Wayne and Milky Cow. But yeah, 1v2s in this in 2v2 are very rare. Not impossible, but very rare things. Very difficult to pull off. But here we go. It is going to be a proxy 2-racks out of Milky Cow. Not the first time we've seen this. I believe we saw this in the previous series on this very same map. 2-racks on the way. Meanwhile, Wayne going for a gas first. Gas into hatchery, into a spawning pool. I believe we have seen this before. Oh boy, I don't think it was quite on this map, but this is going to lead into faster link speed, into a faster baneliness. This should lead into a bane bust from the side of Wayne. Could go for the gold. Speaking of, he's going for his natural, not going for the gold base, thankfully. So a little bit of a safer expansion here from Wayne. But he is building up towards a terrifying timing with Stim. There it is, Stim is on the way. And thankfully he pulls out a gas, so we're not going into anything else here beside this. Not going into a faster lair or faster tech, faster upgrades. Just going to be link speed. Behind this, Mixu getting into his hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Mixu. There is that baneliness that we spoke about. Remember, it was gas first from Wayne, which means fast link speed, which means fast banelings, which means Wayne is going all in. Wayne is going for an all in, and I mean, hey, so is Milky Cow. He did slip into the main base with his Reaper, gets one probe. One probe so far. More Reapers are on the way. Can Wayne pull this off? Or can Wayne come in to support this? And can his team pull this off? Okay, Lings are amassing. Ling speed just kicks in. Yeah, Ling speed kicks in. We get a surround on these Lings. Oh, Mixu caught out of position out on the map. We're still just distracting those adepts. Things do get cleaned up. And Wayne is still on 15 drones, by the way. Still only on 15. Wayne's still focusing on pure Ling Bane. He wants to bust in. And the problem with this map is that we're isolated. You can see that the Protoss player here is so far away from his Zora companion. It's not going to happen. Banelings have Warlings in the middle lines. Big connections here. We deny the Banelings of Mixu. Ooh. Yeah, we're breaking through. We're snowballing out of control. We have a couple of adepts in position. They're trying to help out in whatever way they can. There's only so much they can do. Lings are cleaning things up though. Looks like Mixu is barely holding, barely surviving. And maybe a little bit overzealous with the initial Banelings. And with that, we are holding. Wait, maybe I spoke too soon. There we go. Clutch transfuse, do hold on. But you can see here the supplies, Mixu is down to 19. Ooh, big Baneling connections as well. Mixu, he is holding, he's surviving. Wayne has a comparable supply here with Mixu. They slightly ahead in those workers. And Wayne is droning, by the way. Wayne, he's had enough. Decided he's had enough, he is droning up. Meanwhile, Mixu looking at the units tab here. Mixu, he's still down to 12 drones, so his drone count is still lackluster. It's still building up. As the harass just does not end, we go for the adept. The adept is going to go down. We head towards that natural base. Probes are happily mining, and they're going to be disrupted by these Reapers. Oh, good. Oh, God. Oh, no! The boys are fighting. Not like this. DNS. A lot of probes are going to be falling against this. 10 in total. Behind us are running back. Dennis has a decent army here that he's working with. Has built it up. And the game is settling. Straight up, the game is settling from here. Everyone is droning. Everyone is focusing on taking up on their upgrades. Once again, Wayne and Milky Cow, they rotate over towards the third base, or towards the bases of Mixu, but they don't quite commit. Yeah, we have a game. It's crazy. I wasn't sure if we would. We do get across the map with that Banshee, wreaking a little bit of havoc, denying mining time. At the same time, we attempted to take the gold base, we're not going to be able to, though. Very nice cancel from Mixu. Does deny the gold. Taking his own standard base instead. Standard base, and the Banshee gets into the main. No! The Banshee does slip in once again. Still unsatiated. It's got 8 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. need to kill Banshee, and we're not done. There's no Spore here at the natural either. No Spores, no stack defense at all. As even though both Mixu and DNS, they're holding, they're surviving, the other players are free to expand and take more bases. We do have a 2-base setup here from our Teal Terran, which is interesting. I would have assumed that we would have wanted to expand a little bit there. Once again, Wayne going for the gold instead of going for his pocket base. He is making things a little bit harder for himself. Once again, they get in. As we do manage to unload, and there we go. This time we will save the base. Hatchery does survive. Bring out with a handful of Cyclones, a handful of Marines. Again, it's all about how much value DNS can get out of these pieces. And they prove their worth. Fleet Beacons on the way from Blue Protoss. As we're even expanding towards our opponent. Okay, DNS taking the goal base himself. Okay, DNS makes the moves happen. Ooh, as he moves out with his Phoenixes, he's left completely vulnerable, completely exposed. Now we're coming in with the Doom Drop towards that natural. Coming on it. Got a text within range. Boys being pulled away. They're racing back home. Like, maybe we shouldn't be out there across the map. Yeah, they're racing back home instead. But this hatchery, it's so low. It should be going down. I mean, it's down to half HP. He does drag the army out within tank range. Yeah, the piece is getting quite low here, but there's only a handful of Marines left. If we're not too careful, then this army is going to be completely cleaned up. You have to be careful here. As behind this, we do see Wayne, as well as Milky Cow, just left to their own devices. They've been pretty chill this entire time. Building up. Yeah, getting some more Marines and more of these Marauders. Bit of friendly fire there. We have to be careful of that. You can see here that DNS is trying to get into Sky Toss as well. I believe there is not enough anti-air here. We should be able to clean this up. And DNS does force back the army again. We did mention that we did see them in... Oh. No, who is it? No! No! Hatsu! Not like this. As it looks like we may have lost one of our casters for a little bit. Hopefully Hatsu can recover with her internet and join us again. Hatsu's casting in her native language in Russian, and I'm sure will be joining us in these later games. As unfortunately it looks like it's going to be timing out here in these finals. A little bit smudged, Papi, a little bit smudged. And again, it's been impressive that Mixu and DNS have survived this long, but you can see the disparity here in the supplies. Mixu is still trying to catch up. Meanwhile, Wayne and Milky Cow are more comparable with that of DNS. So it still feels like it's been a 1v2 for quite some time. And it feels like DNS just has to survive a little bit longer to allow Mixu to get back into the game.
Game paused.
There we go. We are getting ready here for our next for the unpause.
Game resumed.
We have briefly lost Hatsu, but I'm sure we'll get her back. As Hatchery is hitting low, have their start attack on the way. Phoenix are coming in. Catch some Marines. No mine shots. Not yet. Yeah, this makes you does leave a couple of aliens behind just in case. As Candinas max out, this is getting scary. This Skytos army, it's getting pretty huge. We are up to 6 carriers. Oh my god! Wait, can we 1v2? Unironically. Nice EMP on the Phoenixes. Mine just going up here on those interceptors once again. Yeah, we have to guide our hearts out here. Forced back by the rest of the army. At the same time, though, we're pulling DNS apart. Means they hit the goal base, they hit the third, and that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. And as we get into this, a big shout out to Hatsu in the chat. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. I do apologize, or my condolences when it comes to the rough internet stability and the connection. And hopefully it's not for too much longer. Hopefully your internet's able to get back up and running, and hopefully even cast some more as well. As you drop it, comes back into the main base. We focus on the hatchery. That is going to be a kill, not a cancel. You can see here, DNS is being pulled apart. He is still doing a better job here at keeping up, though. Fungal going to be connecting. Marauders, they didn't shoot up. Not much here actually shoots up. Outside of fungal growth, so we're running out. Yeah, we're just going to be able to break on through here. You can see that we're trying to brute force it. But there are too many interceptors. I have to do force that this group back. Good C-Club. As now that the goal base has been broken, we do drop into that main. And again, DNS, you just need a little bit more time. Speaking of more time, the entire time here, Mixu has been just rejoining. Unironically, he's just been rejoining this entire time. Trying to stay in it, trying to recover himself. The Phoenixes have returned. And that's going to be a kill on the hatchery. We're down to 2 bases, really 1.5, and one of those bases is under fire here. And here we go. Once again, we do engage Queens. They're going to be holding in big fungal here on the main army. But what about the interceptors? And it looks like we do have enough. Just barely. And here we go. We're going in for the final 5 power bombs on those carriers. The carriers are getting quite low. They are so battered. They're so bruised. They're so close to going down. And can we clean them up? Another good EMP. And we collapse on the Phoenixes. We focus them down one after the other. And again, we're running out of steam. We're running out of units as we snowball out of control. GG gets called. And Wayne and Milky Cow, they take a 2-0 lead in the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Oh boy, and with that, Milky Cow and Wayne, they are 1 game away from taking this entire tournament 3-0 and claiming our OSC Elite 2v2 Cup number 2. Claiming that championship. Now again, I do want to believe that we can bounce back. I want to believe that DNS and Mixu can pull points on the board, but the pressure is on. It's not going to be easy getting to game number 3. Not going to be easy. So right now the players are just conducting or just trying to figure out what exactly is going to be the map, the starting map for game number 3. Getting on it. are going to be getting on it. And I don't know if you noticed, but I was a little bit quieter than normal in that previous game. I'm sure you can even tell here with like some of my body language and stuff, but I'm holding on, Papi. It's getting late. It's getting very late here in Australia. It's 2 a.m. and usually I'm in bed by now, usually, but not today. Today we keep going. We push, Papi. We push. Ah. Here we go. We have our next map. It is going to be Catalyst. That's game number 3. Good boy. Here we go. We're just trying to settle into our next map, and again, it does feel like, at least in these most 2 recent maps, that Wayne and Milky Cow have been in control. Now, one of the big reasons why that this was quite possible and maybe even led into their builds is because there are always... Where's my train of thought going? I don't even know. Jesus. Alright, of course. It's because of the maps. That's what I was getting at. I was like, wait, what was I talking about just then? You can hear I'm losing it, baby. I'm losing it. But when it comes to their success, when it comes to their playstyles, when it comes to their ability to pick apart one player than the other, big reason for it has been maps so far. You can even see, especially that previous map was brutal for it. So we're getting into our next game. But yeah, some of these 2v2 maps, they're actually designed in such a way where you're cut off from your teammates, so it's a little bit harder to defend. And we saw there that Mixu was killed before he could really get into the game itself. Mixu was in a really rough position, was being abused over and over again, and he was pleading for help, but unfortunately his opponent did invest into Phoenixes, and again, we've seen even here that Phoenixes have a hard time dealing with a mass amount of just units in general. The swarm of lings. With that, we're now getting to our next game. Loading into Catalyst. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Catalyst, we have our red Zerg player. Ooh, the red Zerg. Alongside his teammates, the teal Terran, it is Milky Cow and Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Finnish Zerg player alongside the French Protoss, the pink Protoss. It is DNS and Mixu. Here we go. And they are on match point. Wayne and Milky Cow, they have been doing so well for themselves. They're leading the series 2-0. And will it be a 3-0? Personally, I hope not. Let's see what our players have in store for us this time. Now, talking about how vulnerable some of these bases are, you can see that there is an entry point towards the left-hand side. Instead, we do have Milky Cow going to be walling off here on the right, going to Rax Reaper. Interesting choice. Oh, did I? Wait, what? My apologies. So it is a 3 Rax here, and it's in the face of our opponent. I thought we were just walling off here defensively, but no, it's the other way around. We do force a cancel on one of those Raxes. We scout this immediately, and one of the SCVs go down. Ooh, and this is falling on its face. It's not a good start here for Milky Cow. Yeah, really rough execution. We cancel one of the Raxes, the other is delayed. And again, this is all just with pulling workers. Well, behind this, Lings are on the way. Once again, it looks like a 13-12. 13-12 here from Wayne, amassing Lings, amassing Queens. is going to be sending them across the map. And Wayne is committing here with the Baneling Nest. He's going for a Bane Bust. Straight up Bane Bust here. 13 drones. That's all we have. That's all we need. And meanwhile, Milky Cow still committing with his proxy. Only 2 Raxes instead of 3. We are forced to make Marines instead of trying to get into Reapers, for example. Bunker's on the way. Can it finish? Wayne has arrived to support. Has arrived. You can see us just try and chase down these Marines. 1 Marine goes down. Focus down the bunker as well. Good cancel. Good cancel the bunker. Banelings are going to be threatening a dive into that mineral line, forcing us out. The Banelings don't quite make it in. So far, so good. Another Baneling, it gets targeted. Oh, the counter Banelings. The counter Banelings here, they're going to be detonating on whatever they can. And it looks like we're still so close to breaking. But Mixu will hold. We get a unit tab here, Mixu. Down to 16 drones compared to the 13 of his opponents. Again, Wayne was completely all in. He needs to get more damage done. He still has some Lings out here, but another Baneling. No big connection. The Lings they get completely shut down, and Wayne is droning. But it's a rough position to drone from. Very rough position. For the first time all series here, we have DNS and Mixu when they're looking ahead. They are ahead. The Raxes are floating back. This proxy, this cheese did not work out whatsoever. And now it's DNS with 2 Stargates, Phoenixes, and +1 air attack. Let's go. DNS, he's ready for what's to come. He's getting ready for that eventual Sky Toss. Meanwhile, Milky Cow going for the second entry point already. We are settling in. So I was meant to point at just 3rd CC, triple CC before that's the rest of our tech, the rest of our production. I was gonna say 3 CC before Banshee, but that is not quite the case. Banshee has been done for quite some time. The airload is going to be shut down. And as active as both Wayne and Milky Cow were, again, they can't be anywhere near as active. Not anymore. Broad. Not out of the open like this. Oh my god. Jesus. But once again, oh my god, the Baneling Nation is a little bit too good, and Wayne, he barely has anything to work with. Looking at the unit tab, he's got 19 drones to the 36 workers of Mixu. Wayne was so committed with his style earlier, and it's hurting him. It's killing him. It's killing him fast. Another Baneling goes down. We shut down the Overseer. Behind this, yeah, there it is. GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. Not even a final fight there. And Mixu and DNS, they fight back. They put a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was just too much of a deficit to bounce back from. Nigh impossible there. Rex, he knew that. He knew that the odds were going to be against him, and in the end, does tap out, which means we have a series. We have a back and forth. Let's go. Who's it going to be, though? Who is it going to be? Say who's it going to be. What is going to be our plan, our strategy coming into our next game? Let's see. Now, maybe a little bit lost for words. I'm curious if they're even aware if it's going to be their map pick. So they are ahead here in Oligulac. some reason my brain was thinking of like vetoes and like A and B for a veto process, but that is not, that's loser's pick. Wait, no, my apologies. No, there was a veto process. There was a veto process. Yeah. Gotta bring it together. Bring it together. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. Until we're gonna be on Nightscape. Oh my god. Wait, have we? Have I? Do I know what this is? Nightscape? No, yeah, we don't. Okay, this is the goal base. This is the pocket goal base that you can attempt to take early on. Here we go. Once again, not the first time that we've seen this map tonight. And, ooh, looks like we might be in the wrong... Never mind. We're in the wrong version. Gonna have to rebuild. Gonna have to remake. We are gonna be getting into... I think maybe that was like the 1v1 version. I'm uncertain. And we're getting ready. And I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves. I hope everyone in the chat has been okay. I do apologize if, again, I've been slipping up here and there. Just very, very tired. Muy tired, papi, muy tired. Descansado, papi, descansado. Not just cheese, but in your face cheese. True, true. I was shocked. I was shocked to see the Raxes in the face of your opponents, and I mean, it fell on its face as a result. Didn't really get much done. The proxy Raxes, I mean, from Milky Cow. Now we're getting into our next game. And our next game is indeed going to be on Nightscape, this time on the correct edition. So we are loading on in. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Nightscape, we have our red Zerg player. Red Zerg alongside the green Protoss. It is DNS and Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the teal Zerg player alongside the purple Terran. It is Wayne and Milky Cow. I was gonna say this earlier, but every now and then, I don't know if you noticed, but I pause before I mention Milky Cow's name. That's because like my brain does like a quick scan of the screen, and I don't see a Milky Cow because we have Goriat Soski instead. And because of that, like there's been delay tonight here. Whenever I try to talk about Milky Cow, I just did it then. For example, I just did it then. Whenever I try to talk about Milky Cow, it's a bit of a pause. And that pause is me just trying to think of the name because it's not on the screen. I don't like this. Meanwhile, a very fast gold is being taken. Oh my... Wait, what? No rocks? Wait, what? Is this a change? This is a change, by the way. Is this currently live on the ladder? Did I not realize this? Did I not know this? For a very long time, there were rocks that were in the way of the gold, but that is no longer the case. If this is a new change to the map, that's wild. Okay. Now you can take the goal base so much easier, and speaking of, we do see Milky Cow taking the goal base himself. At the same time across the map, we have Mixu going for the goal base, as he has done in the past. Time and time again, we've seen it. We have seen players like Mixu go into these faster Twilight Councils. They go into these faster goal bases, into a better economy, followed by an eventual rush and an eventual all-in in the mid-game. We shall see. Shall see. As for now, we do have another 3-rack setup here from our Terran player. So it looks like 3 racks hitting with Stim, moving out before medevacs, I imagine. Pretty hefty team. Meanwhile, from the side of DNS, our take of choice going for a Robo. Very interesting. With a Robo-based opener, you can go for a fast Colossus with a fast Robotics Bay. That can lead into, again, just fast Colossus production Help support your army, help travel as well. Can get a lot done as we are getting into a 4th Rax. Jesus, not even just 3 Rax, but a 4th Rax as well. I mean, with the gold, it kind of makes sense. Can afford a little bit more. Oh, you see that Roach Warren on the way. Milky Cow. They're just going to be relying on the Vein, but also the main Roach. Bases have been spotted. Of course. Have been spotted. There's that fast bay, as we mentioned. Again, the robo based opener from the side of the Protoss usually leads into a fast bay, into fast splash damage. Colossi, disruptors. And thanks for letting us know in the chat as well. Again, I haven't laddered on the new team game maps in the most recent patch, so I'm unfamiliar. But apparently, the ladder version now has no rocks. There you go. Now we know. I give it the confirmation. It's so bizarre. Like I'm just so used to seeing rocks there. Meanwhile, Colossi are on the way. Before Colossi can really hit the field, we do see Wayne moving up his lings. Does move out, does threaten that 3rd base. But this time does force out a big reaction. Wings, Queens, City. And we'll see if we can break through, as here we go. We are going to be pushing in with a Ling Roach Ravager. He's going to be going off. The Colossi comes out just in time, and Wayne, I'm not so sure if he can really break this. Not with the Colossus. He's going for it, though. He's trying. Catching on the army. He's zoning away the Colossus with his Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, at the same time, Ling's going ham here at the 4th, or at the 3rd. But the defenses, they may just be too good, and yeah, Wayne, he's being completely forced back. We have a couple of Marines in the mix, doing what they can. Do focus on some of those drones, and the Queen up. And they go for the Colossus. That's a question. Milky Cow does try to go for the dive, is cleaned up. And Marines are going down, and it looks like Mixu and DNS, they will hold, they will defend. Very nicely done. Very nice defense here from our players. Again, the push felt a little bit lackluster, a little bit premature on the side of Milky Cow and Wayne. Now we have a third base on the way. Again, quite delayed. Can we bring it back? Of course, I cancel on the hatchery. Oh, my apologies. I didn't even. Still apologize. Didn't even update the score. We are settling in. Settling in. Likewise, Ling's still going to be amassing here just outside. Drops moving out towards the north. Here we go. Milky Cow going for the gold. It's going straight for the gold base instead. And again, we're trying to get in position. Looks like the Colossi, they were ready for this. The drop is going to be denied. Meanwhile, we have some Colossus drop here across the map as well. Do manage to get in. Oh, getting a couple of swipes off. Couple of swipes. See Wayne rotating around. Trying to keep up. So far, again, we're doing a good job at just keeping Wayne and Milky Cow busy. Keeping him busy, man. Pulling back. Again, we have plenty of bases. I mean, look at DNS and how well he's built up here. We have 3 Colossi, we have Stalkers, we have Void Rays. Now just swim across the map. And you can see with this setup, like, we can just go to town here on this army. There's no pushing up this ramp. It's just not happening. There's no way up this ramp. Night swimmer across the map. Trying to push in, but the Nidus is going to be completely shut down. Sorry, I was just picking up the score. Just trying to remember what it was. But we do see Wayne as well as Mookie are pushing on forward. And can we break through the Protoss? Can we break through DNS? Can we break through, Pat? Overcharge is popped. Marauder's going ham. They're going for the Nexus. Nexus getting low. Yeah, they do target down. The Nexus will fall. And it looks like now that Wayne has come together with Milky Cow, we can push in. The Colossi, they're scary, sure. That's no, we're not wrong. But Mixu, how is he supporting this army? He has only Lings. Mixu, papi. He's only got Lings here. No Lurkers, no Ultras, no Roaches, no Hydras. Never goes off. We graze the army. But it looks like we get on top of the base and Mixu will be losing the Satchery. Again, Mixu only with Lingbane. He's going Lingbane into Hive. So greedy. So very greedy here by Mixu. Lingbane into Hive Tech. It looks like Lingbane into, I imagine, Ultras. And you can see that you just can't get away with it. Good splits. Oh my god, we avoid the Nova. We're breaking on through. Take down the Evo Chamber, take down some tech. Big tank volleys going off. We take down the Colossus. Mixu's trying to go for a run by, trying to catch some reinforcements, but alas, his Lings, they can't really do much across the map. Nova goes off. Big connection on the Ravagers. Very big connection. But there's still just too much in favor of Milky Cow, in favor of Wayne. Yes, we're gaining more ground and we're not stopping. We're not slowing down. DNS has got a couple of disruptors left. I mean, he's got a decent amount of disruptors, but the robo goes down. Nova doesn't quite connect. Ooh. Yeah, some better connections here. The army's getting overstimmed. No Metavacs, by the way. No support. Oh my god, the Novas are insane. But there's nothing else here. It's only disruptors. It's only Novas. And it looks like Wayne and Milky Cow, they're breaking through. There's just too much here. GG gets called. And it looks like we have done it. Wayne and Milky Cow, they will take the series 3-1, becoming this OSC Elite 2v2 Cup number 2 champion. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, quite an intense array of matches here, back and forth. And again, we were thankfully able to at least see as well, at least bear witness to both DNS and Mixu fighting back, and again able to put some points on the board as well. Able to put some points on the board as well, but alas, both Wayne and Milky Cow, they were just, yeah, again, working quite well together here today. I wonder if they do play a lot of 2v2s together. It was unfortunate that Mixu had to sub in a replacement for his teammate, for Hydra. Mixu and Hydra, they were doing so well here in the lead up to the finals. It was very impressive what they were able to achieve together. Unfortunately, Hydra, again, he had to step away. He had to or something else came up and DNS had to sub in instead. And DNS had his own strengths. We saw time and time again that whether it was DNS having like a solid defense, or maybe it was Milky Cow and Wayne identifying like a weakness here and just capitalizing on Mixu and just punishing him and just ganging up on him over and over again. More often than not, it kind of, in a lot of these games, it led into like DNS being a little bit on his own and trying to keep up here with his two opponents. Again, Mixu was just having a really hard time getting into the mid game and having a stable economy and being able to keep up with his teammate as well. Alas, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to both Wayne and Milky Cow. Do make it through. They are our champions. Congrats. Congratulations. Again, I do apologize for being a little bit incoherent at times. Just insanely tired here. Back-to-back broadcasts. You know, shout out to Kuro earlier for covering Master Swan Open. Of course, here we ended the night with OSC, with the OSC 2v2 event, and there is also EPT Spring. ESL Master Spring is also ongoing right now. I believe they're going through the Americas region, and what are they casting at the moment? Let me just double check. They are covering... Oh, they're covering Future versus Special. We missed out on a series. Our boy Estrella takes down Eric 2-0 in EPT Spring. I believe that is the end of... Is that the end of Eric? How does the math work here? No, he still has a chance, I think. Okay, the math. The Swiss format is a little bit confusing, but I think Eric still has a chance to make it out. But it's coming down to the wire here. Is coming down to the wire. So again, check out EPT Spring. We have a couple of Ducklings. We have a couple of CranKy Ducklings in the main event, in the regionals. So I wish both Dolan and Eric the best of luck in their respective matches. Wish them all the best, and we're trying to tune in whatever we can. Trying to tune in. How did I miss this 2v2? Ah, you missed it, Papi. You missed it. But again, I do apologize for being a little bit incoherent. But again, this has been a long day, and our next broadcast should be tomorrow. Let me just quickly double check. I believe tomorrow is going to be not ESL Asia. It's going to be the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Let's go. Sparkling Tuna Cup is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We're going to be live covering that event, followed by followed by the ESL Open Cups on Monday. So plenty of StarCraft up ahead of us, plenty of StarCraft to come. Look forward to it. G. With that, GG, well played. We're going to be heading off for the night. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, if you want to support OSC, if you want to support this tournament series, then check out the OSC Elite Club. We posted it in the chat earlier, and can we get another link in the chat as well? Let me just quickly double check. There we go. Get another link in the chat as well. If you want to help support OSC, you can do so by subscribing to their OSC Elite membership program. They have a bunch of benefits. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you can support them via that. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Sparkling Tuna Cup. Otherwise, gracias and hasta luego. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao. Papi, ciao. See you tomorrow. Hasta luego.